and the 97.3 ESPN. Free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Good to have you with me. Holy moly. No Phils last night, so I got a chance to kind of wander off in a little NBA last night. Got the Knicks-Celtics one wrong, but I got thoughts on that series coming up, as well as the Nuggets with a win last night. Not Knicks Nuggets, the Denver Nuggets. Couple upsets in the NBA last night. We start off with a look at the NBA in about a half an hour. Draft lottery last night for the Flyer fans out there. Did not go so well. I don't even know what I was watching last night with that thing. That was a weird, wild presentation of whatever they were trying to accomplish there, but the Flyers did not do well. In fact, they actually got bumped back a spot, and we'll talk to Kevin Durso about what that means for them moving forward in the 3 o'clock hour. Got the Phillies mailbag today with Frank Close at 3 o'clock, so if you have a mailbag Phillies question that you want to throw into the mix, 609-403-0973 is the text board, 609-403-0973. Football at 4 today. We're going to look at the post-division odds after the draft, post-draft odds, I should say, for the division. You know that whole thing, hey, every year there's one team that goes from worst to first? Every season in the NFL, there's a team that finished in last place the previous year that ends up winning the division the next year. It's one of those oddities, similar to no team in the NFC East has won back-to-back seasons. These were the last-place teams last year. New England, Cleveland, Tennessee, Vegas, the Giants, the Bears, the Saints, and the Niners. Which one of those teams wins the division this year? I think the obvious answer would be the Niners. I think that would be everybody's quick answer. Maybe the Bears. They won 5 games last year. Carolina and New Orleans tied for last, with New Orleans being in last place based on tiebreakers. Could they win the South? I think of the AFC. The Raiders are not winning the West. Tennessee is not winning the South. Cleveland is not winning the North. And New England is not winning the East, right? So is that going to happen this year? We'll talk about that with Adam Kaplan. Football at 4 today. But I do want to start with the Phils, who did not play last night, but there were some Phillies questions that got sent my way, a couple Phillies articles. I wrote one at 973ESPN.com, and one of them was former GM of the Cincinnati Reds. He now works for SiriusXM Satellite Radio, and he writes for The Athletic. And in The Athletic article, Jim Bowden writes of 5 trades that he wants to see happen before the deadline, like now. Like, hey, you're on the clock, dude. What are you waiting for? So he writes about these 5 trades, and one of them involves the Phillies. And the trade is illogical. It makes sense, right? But who says no? Here's the trade. He proposes trading Mick Abel to the Cardinals for Ryan Helsley, their closer. Now, on the surface, it sounds like, of course, you have to make that move. Is it a who says no scenario? Or is it a flat-out fair trade? What are these two teams waiting for? Just make it already. The Cardinals are 17-19. They are 5 games out of the Central, and quite frankly, they're not very good. Are they in the wild card mix? 3 games out. But Mick Abel is a young, former first-round pick, by the way, who has pitched really well at AAA. And you can make an argument that if the Cardinals trade it for Mick Abel right now, that he would probably he might enter their rotation. I mean, their 5 starters are decent. They don't really have an ace. Sonny Gray is good. He's not like an ace number 1. And the rest of their guys are all like number 3 or 4s. So maybe Mick Abel wouldn't go right into the rotation, but he certainly would have a shot to pitch there with an injury. Helsley, on the other hand, was a stud last year. Right? He was a stud. 49 saves, ERA like 2. 1.10 whip, dominant. I mean, he was awesome last year. He's just been okay this year. So I get the Phillies really need a back end of the bullpen right-handed arm. Helsley is right now 30 years old. He is a free agent at the end of the year. So you'd be trading Abel to get a free agent closer. Now, would he even be your closer? Probably if the other team had right-handed hitters come up in the ninth inning, Helsley would pitch. If the other team had left-handed hitters come up in the ninth inning, probably Alvarado would pitch. But it would at least give you that versatility. Now, the question would be, how would Helsley pitch if he was not the closer? If he was the eighth inning guy, would he be okay in that spot? Who says no to that deal? I was thinking about this. I wrote the article at 973ESPN.com, and in it, it's like the deal makes sense for both sides. The Phillies would get a right-handed pitcher. The problem is Helsley is really just okay right now. And these closers are so hit or miss. These bullpen guys are so hit or miss. Do I have full trust that if he changed teams, that all of a sudden he reverts back to the guy he was last year? Last year, Ryan Helsley, this trade is all day, every day. I'll give you two guys. I'll give you Abel and somebody else. That's how good Helsley was last year. In 65 games, the guy had 49 saves, 79 strikeouts in 66 innings. I mean, he's blowing fastballs by you last year. He's a fastball guy, 100-mile-per-hour type of pitcher, top 97 percentile in the league in terms of fastballs. And look, he has a couple of other seasons. 2022, listen to these numbers. In 2022, he was 9-1 with a 1.25 ERA, a 0.74 whip, 94 strikeouts in 64 innings. That's almost 5 strikeouts. I mean, per his strikeout to walk ratio was 4.7. It's unbelievable. So he had good control. He's not doing that right now. But is it so dire for the Phillies? And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Josh. Was Helsley the pitcher in the game when Segura hit the ground ball that squirted through the right side and basically took the Phillies on a wild run in the 2022 season? He might have been the pitcher on the mound in 2022. That said, is it worth taking a gamble that Mick Abel doesn't make it for a pitcher who might walk out the door? 609-403-0973. I'd like to see what everybody thinks about that. Are we at the point, it's only May 6th, but we know the Phillies need bullpen help. Are we at the point where the Phillies automatically have to just say, listen, I'm possibly losing the deal, but I'm getting a player that helps me now, and I know that down the road I'm probably missing out. Was that Helsley on the mound?
Close. So Helsley was on the mound when Bohm got the hit by the pitch and Realmuto scored. They replaced him with Andre Palante. Palante gave up the Segura single.
So he started that inning.
Correct.
And they had to pull him.
They pulled him after he hit Bohm.
Okay, gotcha. That's the thing. That's the trade offer. No, I don't want, add this guy into the deal. I don't want that guy. That was the trade offer. The trade offer was Helsley for Abel. That's the deal. Would you do that deal? Who says no? Helsley, he would probably be your closer. Now, would he be your closer? Is Ryan Helsley right now better than Jose Alvarado?
No.
Is that then enough to say, I'm keeping Abel? I think there's either a better deal for him, or I don't want to lose Mick Abel. He's pitching too well right now. He's too much of an asset for me in the minor leagues, and Helsley is not going to help me out enough.
Well, as I wrote about at 97.3 ESPN.com yesterday, Mick Abel's having the best year he's ever had in the minor leagues. I'm not giving him up just for Ryan Helsley. If you told me I'm getting more than Ryan Helsley from the Cardinals, I'll have that conversation. But I think Mick Abel, the way he's pitching right now, Mike, he is third in all of AAA in strikeouts right now. His ERA is the lowest it's been in the last few years. You got to capitalize on this guy pitching like a stud.
Capitalize on him pitching like a stud by getting something bigger for him?
Yes.
Or holding on to him and hoping that he helps you out?
Getting something bigger for him. Because I cannot guarantee that this is who he is.
So
I
Helsley, by the way,
this moment.
Helsley this year, 13 games. He has got a 3.46 ERA. His whip is 1.5. That worries me. The 1.5 whip worries me a little bit. He's got 13 strikeouts in 13 innings. So he's averaging 1 strikeout an inning, which is way down for him. That's a number that bothers me. He's got 8 walks in those 13 innings. So, when I talk about his strikeout to walk ratio, in 2022 was 4.7. In 2023 is 3.1. Last year was 3.4. Right now it's 1.6. His strikeout to walks is really, really dropping. 12 hits in 13 innings. That's way up for him. The numbers for Helsley suggest that he's not as dominant as he was. So, I know it makes it sound as if I am defeating this deal, but is the Phillies' need for a bullpen arm so desperate that they have to do a deal like this, even if they're saying, we know we're giving up the younger, better prospect, but we gotta get the pitching in our bullpen, and this guy's willing to take a shot on? You're saying no. What are you guys out there thinking? 609-403-0973.
And remember, to me, Helsley kind of reminds me of when you got Dave Robertson from the Cubs a couple of years ago, and you gave up Ben Brown. At the time, Ben Brown was, I believe, in the 20s as an organizational prospect, according to MLB Pipeline. I think he was like 24 or 25.
Yeah, Ben Brown, by the way, was traded for David Robertson, which at the time, people were like, okay, we got David Robertson. He's a bullpen arm that's going to help us, and Ben Brown will never pitch.
Right. But Ben Brown was much lower on the prospect list than Mick Abel is.
Mick Abel, for those, most people probably have an idea who he is. Mick Abel was a legitimate first-round pick. He was one of your top 5 prospects in your organization, and I think he's still ranked in the top 5.
He's number 7, I think.
Somewhere in there. Okay.
But either way, he's a top 10 prospect. Ben Brown was not a top 10 prospect.
Yes. So this, and by the way, David Robertson, though, is not Ryan Helsley.
In terms of?
Well, Helsley has been a more dominant pitcher. He's younger. At the time, Robertson was at the end of the line.
Sure.
He had been out of the game. He came back. He had some, he missed time with injury. So
I would say Robertson has a better resume overall than Helsley does.
Half a dozen, one of the other. I think Helsley, for 3-4 years there, Helsley was the year that David Robertson was never 9-1 with a 1.25 ERA and a 0.74 whip, 94 strikeouts in 64 innings. That season is tough for almost any pitcher to top. That's an unbelievable year. David Robertson had a good little run. He wasn't a full-time every year closer, lockdown closer. He got a couple of years where he was a closer. He had the year the Phillies traded for him when he was with Chicago, he was closing for them and was pretty good for that year. But I think Helsley's a power pitcher. David Robertson, not a power pitcher.
Right. Robertson's more of a crafty guy. His best year, he had a 1.84 ERA with 35 saves.
So, yeah, it's a similar type of deal, though, where you are trading a younger pitcher for a bullpen arm. The bullpen arm is an older guy. Now, this guy's 30. When the Phillies got Robertson, he was probably like 38 years old. I think he was
37. You were close.
Right around there. Helsley is younger, but a lot of these closers, they flame out, man. And Helsley, the last couple of years, 2024, he threw in 65 games. 2023, threw 33 games. 2022, 54. 2021, 51. So, he's made a lot of appearances as a bullpen guy. And last year he threw in 65 games, and he was really good. 2.04 ERA, 1.1 whip. The strikeouts last year, 79 in 66 innings. He had 49 saves last year. This guy got the job done. But here we are the next season, and now he's taking a step back. I know when I read the deal last night, Jim Bowden put out there that This deal makes sense for both sides. You need a starter. You need a closer. Make it happen. Don't wait till the deadline. At first, I'm thinking, yeah, this team needs a right-handed power pitcher in the bullpen. And then I said, the only problem is he's not the pitcher that he was a year ago, and I don't know that that's coming back. For instance, and I'll throw this into the mix because I saw another fun trade possibility that one player that's up for trade right now potentially, this is from Bleacher Report, they threw out 8 hitters or 8 let me see how they talk. 8 potential trade candidates from each division. And the one guy they mentioned, now one of them was from the AL East. They actually said that they thought that he was a fit for Philadelphia. All right? And that one is Rafaela from Boston. He's kind of a utility player, plays center, plays short, plays second. They mentioned that Rafaela would be a guy that I don't know who they were wondering who the Phillies could send. I think it was Ranger Suarez. Would you do a Ranger Suarez for Rafaela deal? I don't think I made that deal either.
That's giving up way too much.
The other one is Adolis Garcia from Texas, who I think if most people listening are like, Garcia, you mean the guy who crushed it in the World Series in the playoffs a couple of years ago? Yes, that Garcia. Now remember, that was 2 years ago. Last year, he was not very good, and this year, he has not been very good. What he is a power, home run, right-handed bat. The problem is he's going to hit about 220 with an on-base percentage of about 280. He's going to strike out about 170 times, and he might hit 25 to 30 home runs. Is that somebody that would make some sense? So you're talking about, hey, I need something, a fit right now. The trade offer that Jim Bowden threw out there is Ryan Helsley. And on the surface, the name says, yes, you got to get this guy. You giving up Mick Abel to do it. I think you got to pause and say, can I get more from Abel?
You definitely got to pause and think you get more from Abel because, again, if the guy is 23 years old and now is just entering his best minor league season, you have to capitalize as much as humanly possible. And I got to think that has to be more than Ryan Helsley.
Yeah. I wouldn't crush him for the deal. I would understand it. But in the end, I think it might be a regretful one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Like you are so desperate for pitching that you know you have to do something. And to do something, you have to give up something.
Right.
So Mick Abel is really not in your plans right now.
And again, I don't mind giving up something to get something. I think that in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that. But don't you think, Mike, that at some point, if you're the Phillies, you've held on to these assets and these players for so long, right? You don't want to just give them away flippantly.
You don't, but at some point, you can't keep them all. They don't all have a role. For instance, where's Mick Abel fitting into this rotation? You sign Zach Wheeler. Mm-hmm. You sign Aaron Nola. You sign Christopher Sanchez. You've got Painter.
Yep.
So there's 4 guys right there. You have another year of Walker. What happens with Ranger Suarez? That's 6 guys there. Okay, so you don't re-sign Suarez and you don't look at Walker as a long-term guy. Okay, now he's your 5th starter. Is he ready to be the 5th starter as soon as next year? Is he ready to be the 5th starter, at any point? Now, right now, he looks like he's on track to start trending in that direction. But is he expendable is the question. Now, you're saying you got all these guys. You can't just hold on to all of them. The Phillies did this 10, 15 years ago in 07, 08 when they had, man, I remember doing shows and talking about Lou Marson and Jason Donald and Carlos Carrasco. None of those guys really made it. I mean, Carrasco had a little bit of a run.
He had a solid run.
He was a middle of the rotation guy.
Like a 3-4.
Jason Donald never made it.
Nope.
Lou Marson never made it. We heard about these guys for years. J.P. Crawford was the number 1 prospect in baseball. He's been okay. He's been good.
Yeah, he's been okay. He's been solid.
Dominic Brown was the number 1 prospect in all of baseball. He had one stretch where he was really good, and then other than that, he was kind of a disappointment.
Yep.
So do the Phillies have all these guys we've been hearing about? Hey, you got Painter, you've got Abel, you've got Miller, you've got Crawford. How long do you hold on to them, and what kind of value do they have? And do you have to take your swing this season and say which of those prospects, and it sounds like the Phillies have identified Painter, Crawford, and Miller, which of those prospects do we think can help this team get better right now?
And I think that's where you mentioned the guys like Carrasco and Marson and Donald. Well, what did you do? You packaged those guys to get Cliff Lee. Ryan Helsley is not Cliff Lee. So to me, I want to hold on to Mick Abel to get something more, something better, something that's going to be like, Dombrowski saying, listen, Philly fans, I've been making you wait. I've been telling you, trust the process with me. I'm going to give you something you waited for.
609-403-0973. Are you guys on board with a deal like that? Glenn in Northfield says David Robertson's a better option at the moment right now. He's a free agent. We already have Alvarado. Says keep Abel, sign Robertson. Don't trade Abel for a guy like Ryan Helsley. That's outside the box. I like it. I got text messages pouring in. 609-403-0973. That was a trade that Jim Belden threw up at The Athletic. Ryan Helsley, straight up, Mick Abel. Who says no to that deal? Does it help the Phillies? Would you do it? Let me know right now on the text board. 609-403-0973. I'm Mike Gill. When we come back, I'll read off your text messages. And then at 3:30 today, the Flyers lost out on the lottery. What does it mean moving forward? Kevin Durso will join us. Phillies mailbag with Frank at 3 o'clock. First hour, just getting started. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 229 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, in an hour. Phillies mailbag in a half an hour. You out there? 609-403-0973. Terry says, I say make the trade. Phillies have a long history of mismanaging the farm system. If you can get a proven big leaguer, do it. Yeah, Terry, can't disagree much there. The Phillies have a long history of mismanaging the farm system, except for their one championship run, which was with a lot of homegrown guys. Rollins, Utley, Howard, Hamels. That was the one time when they won, they didn't mismanage their farm system. They won because of their farm system. So they follow suit, hold on to their guys, and hope that those guys are the difference. The question is, where does Mick Abel fit in there? Is he the trade piece? Colin LBI chimes in and asks this question. What does Josh expect for Abel? He's bouncing back, but he threw up huge question marks last year. I doubt teams will give up a lot for him. If you want a huge name, you got to include high-end prospects. Abel isn't even on the top 100 prospect list. He's a throw-in piece to get a deal done. If you can get a legit bullpen arm, you take him. That's from Cole in LBI. He asked, you weren't in the room, he says, what does Josh expect for Abel? And he's basically saying he's a low-end prospect. He's basically a throw-in at this stage of history. I don't know about if he's a throw-in.
That's an exaggeration by Cole. Because first of all, he was a top 100 prospect the last 2 years, in 2023, 2024. He was one of the Phillies' top 3 pitching prospects for every year before this year. This year, he's a top 10 prospect in the Phillies system according to MLB Pipeline. So he's not a low-end prospect. He's not a throw-in. Cole, I think you might be getting your information mixed up with somebody else.
I get what Cole's saying. He has been basically off the radar. The Phillies took him off the radar. I mean, they've dropped him off their prospect list as well for the most part. I don't think he's a throw-in. I think he's better than a throw-in. But would he even get Ryan Helsley? Now, Jim Bowden, who's been a Major League Baseball general manager, seems to think so. So it sounds like, Cole, that he's more than a throw-in. If you're getting Ryan Helsley back in return, that's more than a throw-in.
So Mick Abel right now, according to MLB Pipeline, MLB.com's rankings, Mick Abel is the number 8 prospect in the Philly system. The players behind him include the very popular Gabriel Rincones. Behind him is Seth Johnson. Behind him is Aaron Escobar, who won the Player of the Month award. So there's a lot of guys that he is ahead of that people know who they are. Otto Kemp. He's ahead of Otto Kemp. He's ahead of Michael Mercado. So not me. This is MLB.com saying that he is a top 10 prospect in the Philly system.
In the Philly system, yes. And he said, no, Cole said he's not top 100 in baseball.
But he was top 100 in 2024 and 2023.
There's no question, and I disagree with what Cole's saying. I don't think he's a throw-in because Jim Bowden was a former GM, and he's saying that's a deal that he thinks could happen. Ryan Helsley is not a throw-in player. You might say he's not as good as he was, and I would agree with you for at least the first month and couple days of May, but that's not a throw-in. If you get Ryan Helsley back in return, you didn't get a throw-in. You got a guy who would be at the back end of your bullpen. Now, would he be your closer? Would he be your best guy? I don't know about that. I haven't seen enough of Helsley this year to say that he's cooked, but the strikeout numbers are not there where they've been, and his whip is pretty high. In fact, 1.5 is not good. That's just not a good number.
No, it's not. But what he is a right-handed bullpen arm with some experience who can maybe alleviate some of the pressure on the other guys, right?
Listen, if you put him in the bullpen right now as a right-hander, he'd be your top right-handed pitcher, bar none. He would go right to the top. He would close games out or pitch in the 8th inning and slot everybody down a spot.
Because what he can do is he takes the pressure off of Romano and Kerkering and tells those guys, look, we're not expecting you to save us every night when we need a right-hander to come in. We have a third guy aside from you two.
He would be, and he might be, just the closer. They might say you're the closer, whether it's right-handers, left-handers, no matter who's coming up. he was that guy for the Cardinals.
Right.
Or he could be the right-hander. You know, the Phillies like to say, hey, if there's righties coming up in the ninth, he's the closer. If there's lefties coming up in the ninth, Alvarado would be the closer. You could do that, but his numbers last year would suggest you don't even have to do that. So it would definitely, listen, I know what I mean, Cole, I think you're being a little bit, like you're saying he's just a throw-in. If that's a deal that a general manager is saying could happen, that's not a throw-in deal. Now, I don't think Mick Abel's getting you a everyday, like you probably could get Adolis Garcia for Mick Abel. If you're the Rangers
Probably.
and you just want to get rid of him, you would say, I'll take a former first-round pick, starting pitcher. Everybody will take a high-end starting pitcher.
Right, because the upside is there. He's only 23 years old, by the way. We should throw that in there. He's still a young prospect. It's not like he's 27, 26 years old yet.
Yeah, Garcia is a right-handed bat. I mean, I would be he's a free agent at the end of the year as well, so the Phillies would basically be saying, we're taking a flyer on a right-handed bat. Garcia's played center. He's played right. He's played very little left field. I would imagine the Phillies would say, hey, you're going to go, you would play left field. Or I guess you could play center field here.
I would put him in center field, personally. I would tell, if I get Garcia, I'm turning to him and I'm saying, you're playing center field. We're slotting you into the lineup every day.
So if the Rangers would take Mick Abel, would you rather take the shot with the right-handed bullpen guy who's not as good as he's once been, or take the shot with the right-handed bat who's not as good as he's once been?
I mean,
which one would you be more inclined to take a shot on?
I'm inclined to go the bat because I think that bullpen arms are a dime a dozen, whereas right-handed bats seem to be hard to find for this Phillies team.
Garcia this year, by the way, has been awful. He's hitting .217, .269 on base, 4 homers, 17 RBI, 32 strikeouts in 34 games.
Yeah, not good.
Last year, he was horrendous. .224 batting average, .284 on base percentage, OPS, I mean, .684, terrible. Slugging, .400, not good. Home runs, 25. That they could use. It's about the only number that stands out about him.
So is it possible he needs a change of scenery?
Sure. It could be possible he needs a change of scenery. He's in the last year of his deal.
Because really quick, I will note, one of the biggest moves Dave Dombrowski ever made was when he acquired Steven Pearce in 2018. He went on to become the World Series MVP for that championship Red Sox team. No one was like, we got Steven Pearce. No one was like, you're jumping up and down. But he became a key right-handed bat for that Red Sox team through 2018. So is there a possibility that Dombrowski again can find, whether it's Garcia or somebody else, and be like, look, I'm not asking you the best player on the team. I'm just asking you to show up when I need you to show up.
Maybe. I mean, look, Garcia's a tough one because he kind of came out of nowhere. He got, he really emerged in those World Series, in those playoffs.
He had a big postseason run.
Huge. I mean, he was the World Series. It wasn't the World Series MVP. I think he was the championship MVP. Gold Glove level defensive player. So my question with him is, if he is hitting like he is right now, which is not good, is he the right-handed bat that goes in the middle of your lineup? Does he provide protection that you're looking for? Could you hit him fifth? Could you hit him fourth on days where Turner's the leadoff guy? 609-403-0973.
ALCS MVP, correct. By the way, during that postseason run in 2023, he had a 323 batting average with 8 home runs, 22 RBI in 15 postseason games.
Yeah, he was tremendous in that. I mean, he was doing something almost every single night of the week.
I mean, if you get half of that for a postseason run, you're happy.
Yeah.
Like if you get 4 home runs, if I get Garcia and I tell you, Mike, you're getting 4 home runs and 11 RBI in the postseason, you're like, sign me up.
Yeah, listen, I mean, like a lot of these guys, they were once good, and if you get that guy, you're fine. But in 2024, he stunk, and in 2025, he's been terrible. The home runs is basically what you're keeping your eyes open. He had 25 homers last year. He has 4 right now. In 2023, when you're talking about how good he was, he had 39 homers that season. So is this just one of those guys who was a flash, and he's now starting? Because the Phillies, he's 32. They have a lot of older guys on this team who are starting to not perform like we remember them performing. He would be another one. Now, goes back to, is Mick Abel just a guy that you're like, you know what? He has no role. We don't really have big plans for him.
Right.
We've got to add something to this team. This is a guy. Let's just try it.
And I think that goes to the other question of what are your options? Because, for example, I know somebody texted into the text board at 609-403-0973, Mike. They were asking about Lars Nootbaar, right? The idea that, okay, I like Ryan Helsley, but can I get more than Ryan Helsley from the Cardinals?
Maybe. I mean, that's where I'm at. Is Helsley the best I can get? Because I only say that in that the trade that Jim Bowden put out there was a straight-up 1-for-1. It wasn't like he said, you got to add in this, you're not getting back that. It was a 1-for-1 deal. This trade makes sense for both teams. I know people texted in, hey, if they can add Lars Nootbaar to the trade. No, those aren't the terms. It's a 1-for-1 swap. And it's not, hey, they don't want Brandon Marsh. They don't want Johan Rojas.
Right.
They don't want – it's 1-for-1. That's the deal.
And again, the value is Mick Abel is a first-round pick who's having a good year in the minor leagues. And you can sell him on the idea of, hey, this guy is starting to come into his own. He's developing.
The point that I do agree with is that Abel right now is starting to show some of the – traits that made him one of the top prospects in all of baseball. His walks are down, his strikeouts are up, and he has had a lot of control problems. That has been his big problem.
This is what Bob Wankel told you, Mike, here on the Sports Bash about Mick Abel, about his stock being the highest it's ever been.
This is probably the best that his outlook, his stock has sat with the Phillies in the last 2 to 3 years. So if that's the case and you get towards the deadline and you need to go outside the organization to make moves, and in order to get a return, who are you going to trade? You don't want to trade Adam Miller? Okay. You don't want to trade Andrew Painter? Okay. You probably don't want to trade Crawford? Fine. You're going to have to trade somebody of consequence in order to get back a meaningful piece. So maybe it's Mick Abel.
Listen, it almost has to be Mick Abel. If you don't want to give up any of those other guys, you want to trade something and get better, that Mick Abel has to be absolutely on the table. So Bob's right. 609-403-0973. Text board stays open. You out there, 609-403-0973. 18 minutes from now, Frank Close has the Phillies mailbag. Keep an eye on the lineup tonight. They're down in Tampa taking on the Rays. Zach Wheeler gets the ball tonight. We'll talk a little bit about the matchup there. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. All right, 12 minutes from now, we're going to talk a little Phils with Frank Close. Last night, got into the Knicks and Celtics game. So I haven't watched a lot of the NBA because the Sixers were so terrible this year, but I said I want to get back into it for the playoffs here. I've been hearing how good the playoff basketball was. Got into that game last night with no Phil. So I said, and I gave you my Bet365 play of the day at the end of the show, and I was wrong. I took the Celtics and the over in the game. I think it was the Knicks and maybe the under. I don't remember what the over-under was. I'll have to check that out. I also took Oklahoma City. I thought they were going to win big last night. Wrong on both accounts. So I've been really good on the NBA this year. I'm like 50 games over 5. What's my record? Do you know?
Okay, so I have your overall record. There was no point in any conversations that you asked me to delineate these things by sport.
I know, but most of my picks have been NBA
overall, you are, well, I'm not going to go through.
Let's not get literal. Just give the record.
150.
I asked for the record. Just give the record.
Before
let's hear it. That's what is it?
Before last night, it was 159, 106.
Okay, 159, 106. That's been my record. I would say about 70% of the games I've given this year have been NBA games. Is that fair to say?
I'll take your word for it.
All right. Well, you're the one writing them down.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm tracking the picks every night, but I didn't save every page from every night.
I'm just saying, give a generalization. Is it 70? 63. I know I'll speak your language. Is it 63.7% of the plays I've given have been NBA?
I would say probably almost 70% are basketball because you've done a lot of college basketball.
Yeah, that was back in the fall. The college basketball's been over for a while.
You did a lot. January, February, March.
Well, a lot of NBA games, and I've been pretty good on the NBA this year. I was dead wrong on both of those games. But the game last night, here's what Jaylen Brown said after the game. You know, the Celtics missed I can't believe I'm going to say this. They missed 45 three-point shots last night, to which Jaylen Brown said this.
Yeah, in those moments when the other team got momentum, we can't just fire up threes to break up momentum. You got to get to the free throw line, get to the paint, get to the basket, maybe get a easy 2, you know what I mean, hit some free throws, and then maybe the next three-pointer feels a little bit better. I feel like we just settled in the second half a lot, but we'll look at it and we'll make adjustments.
All right, they're up 20 at one point in that game. 20. And they couldn't hit the broad side of a barn, and we're up 20 in that game. While the Knicks, what they did yesterday was admirable. On the flip side of things, the Knicks, to go to overtime, okay, to go to overtime and win that game, they had to hit 46% of their threes. 46% of their threes. And they still almost lost that game. These two teams aren't close. All right, it's cute that the Knicks won that game last night. They needed the Celtics to go 15 of 60 from three-point range to win that game. All this talk, did the Knicks win? No. The Celtics shot 25% from three. They were atrocious last night from three. So, if we all think the Celtics are going to launch 63s, and listen, if they shoot 63s again, there's no way they're missing 45 of them. And as they make 2 extra threes, that game's over. They win. And that's with the Knicks hitting 46% of their threes. So, I get it. I picked the Celtics to win that game last night, and I said the Knicks are not as good as a team this year as they were last year. I think the Knicks have better talent this year. I just don't think it's a better team. There's a difference. I think they have better players. They don't have a better team than they did last year. They're going to get wiped out of this series. This series is over. And they're up 1-0. And the series is over.
So you were saying it's like
they shot 46% from three last night and still almost lost.
Well,
it's almost impossible.
So you're saying it's kind of like when the Thunder won Game 1 of the series versus Miami. Miami had like the worst shooting night of all time, and then Miami went on to win like the next 4 straight games and sweep it out.
They missed 45 threes last night. 45, and still should have won the game. They're up 20. And give the Knicks credit. I mean, I love Brunson. I hate how much I said this last year in the Sixers series. I hate how much I have to like that Brunson kid. He is a joy to watch. A joy to watch, Jalen Brunson. He was awesome last night. Anunoby. When's Anunoby going to hit 6 of 11 threes again? Josh Hart, again, he hit 3 threes. They hit 46% of their threes last night. And they still should have lost that game. So give the Knicks credit. They fought hard. They didn't quit. They came back. They're down 20. There's no way you can convince me right now that the Celtics are going to shoot 63s. They might shoot 63s again. That's not what I'm saying.
You must miss 45 of them.
If they miss 45 threes in a game again, I would be shocked. All right? So, sure. The Knicks won the game, and they should be rewarded, and they should be given all the credit in the world last night. But do I think that series, what the game looked like last night, will be indicative of how that series is going to go? I do not.
I do think there's one thing that happened last night that can happen again in this series, and that is the defense you saw from Bridges and Anunoby. I thought those two did a great job at staring down Tatum and Brown in the face.
I thought Evan Cohen explained it very well. The Knicks built their team not to beat the Pistons, not to beat the Cavaliers, not to beat any of these other teams. They built a team to try to beat the Celtics, and I agree with them. They got wings that can defend Brown and Tatum, so they're built to go after the Celtics. I don't think they're good enough, number one, to do it. So he's right. Evan Cohen's right. The Knicks had to make sure they matched up with the Celtics, because if they match up with other teams, they might not be built to beat those other teams. We'll see. I think the Celtics win the next 4. I could be wrong. But give the Knicks credit for what they did last night. The Celtics are not missing 45 threes in a game again. Hour 2, 3 o'clock is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation, generations. Call them 609-390-3907, online broadleafs.net. About a half an hour from now, Kevin Durso covers the Flyers. Going to give us a little off-season primer for the Flyers, but the Phillies back in action tonight. They take on the Tampa Bay Rays down at Steinbrenner Field. I think Frank has been to Steinbrenner Field a handful of times or two. I've been there once, maybe twice. I think I've been there twice for the Tampa Bay Rays and the Philadelphia Phillies. Rays always a tricky team. Wheeler goes tonight. Mailbag questions are coming in. If you have a Phillies question, 609-403-0973. If you have a Phillies question for Frank, as he joins us now for another edition of Frank Close's Phillies Mailbag on the Sports Bash. What's going on, Frank? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you? I wish I was in Tampa, though.
You been to Steinbrenner?
Many times, more than I could count. But again, nice place down there. I think the residents of Pinellas County actually would have preferred that the Rays played actually at the Phillies spring training site, Baycare Ballpark. Ultimately went into Hillsborough County there at Steinbrenner Field. Nice place to watch a game, but would have been really neat if they were at the Phillies stadium at Baycare.
Yeah, that would have been cool. We were talking about that the other day. Why they chose Steinbrenner over the Phillies or Dunedin. I know Dunedin's a little bit further away, but Dunedin was set up for the Blue Jays to play regular season games there a couple of years ago. I don't know where Steinbrenner needed some upgrades, I would imagine, too, but Dunedin had the upgrades. The Phillies probably needed some upgrades as well, I would imagine.
Yeah, they were in pretty good shape, though. I don't know that they would have needed a whole lot, but I know from the funding perspective, the Rays have been trying to get funding for a new stadium. This might have derailed some goodwill with Pinellas County by not staying in Pinellas County for this season. So we'll see how that turns out, but there could be some repercussions in terms of a long-term home for the Rays. So this is an interesting series.
It is an interesting series. Playing the Rays is always tricky. They're one of these teams that don't have a lot of stars, not big names, but they're always in the mix here. I do want to get a couple things. Number one, there was a trade proposal Jim Bowden threw out there. I want to get your take on it. He proposed a straight-up deal. Ryan Helsley, Mick Abel. Who says no to that deal?
That's a tough one. I think right now the Cardinals.
Does anybody say no?
I think the Cardinals say no to that right now, but that could change. Mick Abel has been performing very, very well. In fact, was just named the pitcher of the month in the organization yesterday for the month of April. Off to a really good start, looking pretty good. I think the way that things are setting up, provided the Phillies starters in the major leagues are healthy, he may be their number one trade chip when we get to July. Now, there's still a lot of baseball to be played between now and then, and they realize that Mick Abel has some things to work on, but he's promising again. I think he's a real prospect again based on what you've seen this year. So it's a good thing that he's playing well, and he could land the Phillies an all-star caliber closer type if he continues along this path. But I think right now, a little too small of a sample size for the Cardinals to definitively want to do that.
What do you think of Helsley? Last year, awesome. This year, it's been just okay. I mean, you look at him now and you wonder, am I getting a downgraded version of a guy who's been really, really good?
The Cardinals are in a weird flux. They were openly trying to trade Nolan Arenado in the offseason. They didn't. You got to wonder how the players feel when something like that happens. Are they really trying to win this year? A lot of those closer types, they really are driven by that adrenaline, pitching in the late games, pitching late in games, for a contending team. Maybe he kind of had the air let out of him a little bit, but I think at the end of the day, he will be fine. I think he's too good a pitcher to think otherwise. And overall, he hasn't been terrible, but he hasn't been that lockdown type he was as previous seasons.
Frank Close, our Phillies mailbag. Of course, you can always text in questions for Frank. We'll get the mailbag questions here throughout. We'll try to filter in some other things here. Right now, I want to get your take on the bullpen and the roles there. They used Kirkering in the 4th. They used Romano in the 5th. Is that a sign to you that they are trying to get those guys in lower leverage situations? Did they just want to get them work in a game that at the time was a 6-run game? How do you read the way they used the bullpen on Sunday?
It's kind of an unusual situation, right? You really hope to get more out of Ranger Suarez there, right? But I think they had to, which they essentially did, empty out the bullpen to get through the game and stay competitive. And it's a real shame they had to send Jose Alvarado out for a second inning. I think they didn't want to do that, but they kind of had to do it. And I think in terms of Kerkering, it was not so much that he was in the fourth inning per se, so much as, all right, we need him to get out of this jam. And so Kerkering did leave the one runner he inherited at I forget which base he was at now that I'm speaking off the top of my head, but he had one runner on. He did not score. I think they wanted to see him just get through that inning and be able to turn the page to the next one. So I think that was more a matter of they had faith in Kerkering to come in and shut down that inning that was, kind of getting away from them. And the Phillies wanted to still stay in that ball game. And as you saw, they came back and tied it. So they went from a 7-1 deficit all the way back up to tying the game. And I think that's what they had hoped when they put Kerkering in there. I don't think they want Romano in with runners on base, as we talked about in the past. They don't like him pitching out of the stretch so much. He seems to struggle in that regard. So here you get Kerkering to get them out of the inning, and then you can give someone like Romano a clean inning. And he did have he did give up a hit, but he did get through his inning without any runs allowed either.
Frank, another name. I want to get your level of interest, if you would be intrigued by or not. Adolis Garcia was a name that's mentioned. Right-handed bat, outfielder, won a Gold Glove, center and right field. Could play him in center field, possibly could play him in left field, I guess, if you needed to. The numbers have not been good. His batting average, terrible. On-base percentage, terrible. Strikeouts, enormous. But also enormous power. Would Garcia be a guy you'd take a flyer on?
It's hard to not hear that name and not think about the playoffs a couple of years ago when he really was the story of the playoffs. But the Rangers, they have been struggling. In fact, they even fired their hitting coach and just hired Brett Boone to sort of lead the way in Texas. I don't think they're ready to give up on some of their bats just yet, but that is a very intriguing name there. I don't know where you'd put him. I guess in left field, but yeah,
about center.
Center, excuse me. So I don't know that I think of him that much of a center fielder, but yeah, you could put him in center field. I would think he's more of a left fielder on a good team there. So I think, that's a very interesting name to watch. I think it bears watching just where the Rangers are in the standings. I mean, it's we're in a situation now where everybody is in the game until you really get to August and even September now, because a 3-4 game win streak can change the dynamics of a season very quickly. So, I'd like to see what happens with Brett Boone there in Texas and see what he can do to sort of right the ship there. But yeah, that's a very intriguing name. And it's not one I thought about. When you consider the Rangers, where they're at in the standings, they're only one game below 500. And if you're teetering around the 500 mark, you're very much in this. So I think we're not going to really know what types of players are available until the end of July, where teams are just going to have to make a decision. If the Rangers are where they are now, which is 3.5 games out of first place and only 2.5 behind the wild card, they might still want to go for it. So that's a long ways away. Maybe Brett Boone and a new voice will give them something to work with down there in Texas.
All right, a couple of questions. Let's get to the mailbag. Nick wants to know, this is an interesting question because the Phillies came out and said mid-July for Andrew Painter. Nick says, how soon could Painter be in the big leagues, and do you have any concern about him skipping Double-A? Because yesterday, right here on the Sports Bash, Bob Wankel said he thinks that they could bring Painter up earlier than mid-July. In other words, why have him pitch in Triple-A for another 8 weeks? Why would you keep waiting him and waste innings down there? Do you see him getting here sooner than the timeline the Phillies gave them, and any concern about him skipping Double-A?
Well, I think at this point, if he's already in AAA, he is kind of knocking on the door, right? What more do they need to see from him is the big question. I think what the Phillies organization has decided is there's really no point in him being in single A. In fact, he was at low A, right? And he wasn't even at the highest level of A. And they figured, all right, well, we can see what he's doing. He's got big league stuff, and I don't know that there's any advantage to keeping him here. So then they moved him up past Class A, traditional Class A, Jersey Shore, Double-A, and all the way to Triple-A. And that I think that has a lot to do with not even his numbers, which were okay. I mean, an ERA of 3.97 and a WHIP of 0.97 in his 11 and the third innings. Didn't throw long starts. He had 4 really short starts. But as they build him up, I think they think enough of his arm that they would rather his innings not be at AAA or any other level of the minor leagues, right? They really think that much of what he could bring to the organization to not waste those innings in the minor leagues. Now, when you ask about whether or not I would worry about that, I think back about Cole Hamels. Cole Hamels essentially jumped over AA as well. He did have 3 starts at the end of 2005, but then the next year started at Class A and just jumped to AAA. And then before you knew it, after just 4 starts, he was in the major leagues. And he ended up starting 23 games for the Phillies in 2006. So I think the Phillies do think he is a caliber of arm like they had in Cole Hamels back then. And their perspective kind of has become, well, let them throw their innings in the major leagues. We know that he's not going to have a lot of innings, right? Because as we all know, with someone coming off Tommy John surgery, you want to take it easy. The Phillies stated that was their plan all along. But he's going to be ramping up now. He's going to face some batters in AAA that were major league players that are now at AAA. So when you get to that point and you're facing some good competition, I think they'll kind of have a sense of when he can help the big club. But yeah, if you're on an innings limit and you've got a big league arm, well, then you might as well be in the major leagues, right, Mike?
Yeah, listen, I feel it's going to be fascinating, Frank, when they have to make the decision to bring him up. Then what do? We're already talking about 6-man rotations, playoff rotations. We're in May. Now they're bringing another pitcher into the mix. And do you think they would use Painter in the bullpen? I know we've seen guys like David Price and some younger pitchers go to the bullpen early in their career, but I feel like they had the kid gloves on with Painter. I don't know if they want to ask him to pitch back-to-back days, stuff like that.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. I think the up and down of being in the bullpen is not something they want on his arm, especially coming off of the Tommy John surgery. So I think they're going to get him on a rotation. If it's every 5th day or 6th day, I don't know. Like I personally don't like 6-man rotations because it just depletes your bullpen, because that's one less arm you have in your bullpen to work with throughout the rest of the time through the rotation. But could they piggyback a couple pitchers? I think that might be a way to go. I mean, you saw, and let's face it, we saw on Sunday, right? Ranger Suarez not able to get out of the 4th inning. Well, then you had to basically empty your whole bullpen, and then the Phillies are luckily off yesterday, right? Otherwise, that would have been a big problem for days to come. So maybe they would do a piggyback situation with someone who I don't know. And we asked the question, or someone asked the question last week. Where is the roster spot for Ranger Suarez going to be? And then next thing you know, Jose Ruiz is on the IL. So the baseball, these things have a way of working themselves out. I don't know how this will work out, but if he's good enough to pitch in the major leagues, I think they're going to want him here because the Phillies want to have their best 14 pitching for them.
All right, a couple text messages coming in. Stephen Marmora, should the Phillies inquire about a guy like Bo Bichette, move him to third base? I know a lot of people want Bohm out. Otto Kemp's name, another text message. We'll get to that question here in a bit. Let's see. But you can hit on that one first there. Do they need an upgrade at third base?
That's an interesting name. I think the Phillies are going to reach a point where they have to decide to move forward with Bohm or without him. Because what they got from him down the stretch last year and so far for this season, I don't think it's really what they need out of a starting third baseman. And be quite honest, Mike, I think they should get more out of him for someone as talented as he is. So one of the problems with being a contending team, if there's a problem with being a contending team, is you don't have the time to be patient for players like that might need to work on some things. For example, a couple years ago, they traded Logan O'Hoppe and got Brandon Marsh, and Brandon Marsh helped get them to the World Series. It was what they needed at the time. And I think you preferred your opportunity in the World Series to a prospect that really had no clear place to play. But you didn't have time to wait around for Logan O'Hoppe when the urge to win was right in front of you. So I think they're going to eventually end up in that situation. And when they do, I think they're going to have to have a player there that will inspire that confidence. I wonder if they're going to get in on Nolan Arenado, who I just mentioned a moment ago, who is a seasoned third baseman who has hit well in this league and would be a really good leader. But Bo Bichette, that's a name I hadn't thought about before. I wonder how available he would be, but that's a name I like. Those Blue Jays, they loaded up on the DNA of some former major league stars, and they hit on a few of them, right? So Bichette has overwhelmingly been pretty good. I mean, he led the league in hits twice. I think that's a contact bat that would profile very, very well. And he's exclusively been a shortstop on the Phillies. would you want to try somebody out of position for a stretch run? That gives me a little bit of pause, but that's a pretty good name if they could land him. But my guess is the Blue Jays would try to win with him first.
All right, got this question we mentioned. You've been hearing this name a lot, and I know people want to know about Otto Kemp. Will he help the Phillies this summer as a right-handed hitter off the bench, as a trade chip that can be back a reliever? What do you make of Kemp? I mean, he's a guy last year, look, he was in Double-A last year, hit about 250 with like 10 homers. I mean, nobody was saying, hey, what about this Kemp guy last year? What do we know about Otto Kemp and his impact or role that he could have?
Well, I mentioned that Mike Gill won the Pitcher of the Month for April for the Phillies organization. Kemp was the Player of the Month for the month of April in the Phillies organization. So certainly up to a hot start, but I think the issue with him right now is he is that unknown player who you don't know what he's going to give you in the major leagues. Now, spring training, he got a good amount of looks, and he actually played pretty admirably at spring training, and he's versatile, but I think he's the type of player that unfortunately needs an injury to happen before he can come up. I don't think there's a natural place for him to be on this Phillies roster. I mean, Weston Wilson just displaced Cody Clemens. That was a very hard decision to make, I'm sure, because Clemens is a nice player who plays a bunch of positions. But where is he going to go? Is he going to displace Weston Wilson? I don't think so. Weston Wilson's been pretty good so far, right? I have a hard time finding that right person. You talk about the center field being an issue right now a little bit. If Brandon Marsh is subtracted, is that enough to add a Kemp who can't play center field? I don't know about that. So I think Kemp is right where you need him. You need him playing around the diamond, and if there's an injury, hopefully temporarily for a Phillies team like this, he gets the chance to come up and fill in. But it's really kind of hard to imagine a spot where you would give somebody like him. And when I say somebody like him, he's performing very well, but he's a player that was, as you said, not much of a prospect till now, who just is kind of hot at AAA for a month. It's kind of an unknown still, small sample size. So I hope for Kemp's sake that he keeps this up, and I also hope that Kemp is the type of player that can fill in if there is an injury, God forbid. But I think that's kind of his role right now.
All right, a couple more here with Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. Let's go to Ray, who asked in the mailbag, could Max Kepler see more time in center field? This one is interesting. You got Rojas, who's been pretty good, Marsh, who's now back, Kepler's in left. If you played Kepler in center field, I guess Wilson in left, but is this something that you could see happening?
Well, you saw Rob Thompson make a real choice on Sunday's game, right? When he needed to pinch hit for Johan Rojas with the lefty, he did not go for Brandon Marsh. He went for Max Kepler, who, of course, has been playing very well as of late. And then Kepler was the one who took over center field the following inning. Now, ultimately, Marsh did enter the game as a pinch runner and then bump Kepler over to right. But you at least saw that Rob Thompson is starting to prioritize some offense in places, and Brandon Marsh, quite frankly, hasn't been giving him any. And, Max Kepler is not somebody who has no experience in center field. He has 160 major league games in center field. In fact, I think I've remarked to you, Mike, that I was surprised he didn't play any center during spring training. It seemed like that would be an opportunity for you to see, at least if he could help you there one time or another. But I think that's something that the Phillies would not hesitate to do so. Even if you had to go for defense later, you've got a hot bat in Max Kepler, you've got a hot bat in Weston Wilson. And if you need to get that offense going, maybe that's the move to make. And I know Johan Rojas has been hitting over the 300 mark. He's currently sitting at 302. I still think that's not a sustainable number for somebody like Rojas. We saw that in his first time coming up too, but then when he had some more extended at bats, he certainly did not keep up. So I think there could be some opportunities there. A lot of it depends on Brandon Marsh. He's got to start hitting soon. I can't underscore that enough, or he might end up off this Phillies team. But if they need that offense from center field, and Weston Wilson can give them something in left. By the way, Wilson, only 2 minor league games in center field. He doesn't really have any experience there. I doubt he would be the one in center, but you might feel okay with an outfield of Kepler in center, Wilson in right, and Castellanos in left, because let's face it, at least for an inning yesterday, the outfield was Kyle Schwarber, Kepler, and Nick Castellanos. So I think a Wilson-Kepler Castellanos arrangement is better than the one that they had there briefly yesterday or
Yeah,
Sunday. Excuse me.
And by the way, I thought the other night Marsh was in center field. There was 2 balls hit that I think Rojas would have caught that Marsh did not get to. So I don't know how that would be different if Kepler was out there. He only played 1 inning. Looked pretty smooth catching that ball that was hit to him in center field as well. All right, Brandon wants to know, how about Daniel Robert? They traded for him last week. He kind of was under the radar. He's a kind of a journeyman minor leaguer, 30-year-old guy, AAA. He's been to the majors for about 4 games in his career. Big strikeout numbers in the minors, but he is a 30-year-old guy who's essentially been a career minor leaguer. Could he help this Phillies bullpen?
See, the nice thing about Daniel Robert is he was a very low-cost acquisition. They did trade a minor fringe prospect in Segura to get him, but yeah, 30 years old, was drafted in 2017, didn't play till 2019. Didn't have the 2020 season because of COVID. So he has been around the Texas organization for a long time. And he finally got a promotion to the major leagues last season, ended up going 4-2 with a 2.70 ERA in the big leagues, just in a handful of, that was his minor league numbers. And then he went 1-0 with a 3.18 ERA in 4 major league games last year. So he started to show some promise in Texas last season. And as he was turning 30 years old. But yeah, that's very old to be a prospect. But I think for the Phillies, they had an open 40-man roster spot with Cody Clemens being traded to the Twins. And why not? Low acquisition cost. He's somebody who can throw from the right side. The Phillies are struggling from the right side. And with the Jose Ruiz injury, you might need something a little bit more. Certainly, Carlos Hernandez not giving them a whole lot from the right side. As I mentioned to you at the beginning of the year, maybe Hernandez would be a project for the pitching coach staff. I don't know if they have time to be patient and have a project right now, but it could be Robert that they turn to. In fact, if you have a bullpen game like they had on Sunday, I call it a bullpen game because they threw a lot of innings. A lot of times the next day there's a roster move, and you go to somebody like Robert at AAA and cycle them through. Now, they didn't do that because they had an off day yesterday, thankfully, so the bullpen will be all together and fresh tonight, but Robert, I could see someone that they could pull out of AAA. And the nice thing is he's still got the options left on his contract, so you could option him back and forth to AAA as you need. And sometimes you just need that stable enough arm that can go back and forth between the majors and AAA a few times over the course of the season. And he's probably that kind of guy. And you never know. Sometimes these older players that blossom late, maybe they surprise you a little bit.
You think Seth Johnson helps him out at all?
Could be. I mean, he's gonna get the opportunity to work as a reliever down at AAA, and I haven't really got to see him pitch yet. In fact, I'm going to try to get to Painter's start on Thursday night at Lehigh Valley. Hopefully he'll get to pitch a little bit too. So, I'd love to see what he can do. That's another arm. They're trying to give themselves options, and when you have options that can come up and get optioned back to AAA, especially as you start shuffling rosters after double headers and games like Sunday where you empty the bullpen, you need at least a couple guys like that at AAA, and hopefully the Phillies, in the process of converting Seth and and acquiring Daniel Robert, you get a couple of options here that you can call upon later if you need to.
All right, last one. We'll do one from Rick in EHT here. Let's get this one. There we go. We talked about this yesterday. I guess Rick was listening and wants to know your answer, Frank. Which player should the Phillies bring back if they could only sign one? Schwarber, Real Muto?
This is a really hard question. I've kind of had the viewpoint that they both really can't exist on a roster, and that's because you're going to need the DH spot for one of them, seemingly more and more. If you're okay with Schwarber's defense in left field more, I think maybe you try to get both. But for me right now, the big thing is if I had to pick one, the catching depth out there in the major leagues right now is just non-existent, and there's no clear front runner to take over the position. Marchand, by the way, I think Marchand should be playing more than he is right now. I would like to see more Marchand for the sake of Real Muto and really just to see what you have here, right? So I think you really need a catching most of the time starter, and if Real Muto can get through this season healthy, I think you need that more than you need a Schwarber, unfortunately. But I think the Phillies really would benefit from having both because, one hits righty, one hits lefty, but finding a good catcher right now is a real challenge, and their best catching prospect is Eduardo Tate and he's only 18 years old and a couple of years away from even getting a sniff of the big leagues. So I think you kind of see if you can get a couple years out of someone like Real Muto. I wouldn't assign him to much more than 2 years.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
a tough one. You're right, because obviously on the surface, if I just had to pick player, Schwarber's the guy, right? But you have no catching depth in the organization. The free agent class is nothing. Who's going to catch for this team if you let Real Muto walk? So you might be backed into a corner where you almost have to bring Real Muto back unless you're ready to say, hey, we'll go with Marchand and bring in one of those veteran free agent catchers and split the time and just figure it out. But I think that kind of points to them having to figure out what to do with Real Muto. And I don't know if that means you have to pick one or the other, but Schwarber sounds like, well, it's a big deal here.
Yeah, I agree, and I would feel better too. I mean, if someone like Bryce Harper went back to the outfield next year, and first base was open, I might even feel a little bit better about that. Just because Realmuto, for as much as they talked about spring training, oh yeah, maybe he'll play some outfield, maybe he'll play some first. Realmuto's just been catching, and he's been catching a whole lot, more than I expected at this point.
All right, Rick, good question, and something that's probably going to come up a little bit more throughout this season. Frank Close, everybody, at Frank Close on the X platform, and, of course, Tuesdays right here on the Sports Bash for Frank's Phillies Mailbag. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, there's Frank Close, everybody. The Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. When we come back, we have so much more to get into, including the Phillies lineup, which is not out yet, but I would imagine it should be right around the corner. Stick around. When it's out, I have it for you on the Sports Bash. All right, 3:32. Kevin Durso going to talk a little Flyers with us in just a couple of minutes. Right now, take a look at the Phillies lineup tonight. Phillies lineup is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call them at 609-390-3907, online, broadleys.net. Lineup for the Phils tonight, kind of a normal lineup, if you will. Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Real Muto, Bohm, and Brandon Marsh is playing center field tonight. Zach Wheeler is on the mound. There is your Phillies lineup tonight here on the Sports Bash. Kevin Durso covers the Flyers for 97.3 ESPN.com. The Flyers season, of course, in the books. He's set to join me now as last night Now, maybe Durso can explain what the heck that was last night. I mean, seriously, what was that draft lottery last night? The odds don't make any sense. The team that was, 14th moved up to 1, or was it 10 moved up to 1? What happened last night?
So basically what you saw with this draft lottery is technically the behind the scenes that happens before this ever usually makes it to air. So what they decided to do this time around was hold the drawing live on camera so that everybody could see it, as opposed to doing that behind the scenes. Usually about a half hour before things go on the air, they would bring the cards in, flip the cards, and show you what the results ended up being. The way that it worked out is that the New York Islanders, who had the 10th best odds, won the lottery and got the first overall pick. Then a second drawing is held for it's either the second overall pick, or if you're a team that finishes like Utah did at 14th best odds for either situation, they can only move up 10 places. They can't just jump to 2. They took that away after several years. Remember the year the Flyers moved up in 2017 from 13 to 2. They jumped 11 spots. Nobody can do that anymore. So Utah goes from 14 to 4, and that's how those results play out. But what they were really doing live and in person was showing you the drawing as it happened. The thing about the odds that made no sense is that they were trying to update the odds in real time based on the combinations that were available. They gave you all the combinations, the number combinations that would apply to a certain team. So they pulled 3 balls for the first drawing out of 4, and the Flyers all of a sudden have an 18.5% chance at the number 1 overall pick, because they have 2 numbers left in the drawing that, if those numbers were pulled, would give them the pick. So it gives you like this false sense of hope, whereas you probably would have just rather them rip the Band-Aid off and go reverse order with the numbers and have the Flyers land where they did in 6th ultimately.
So ultimately, they actually moved down a spot. The best they were projected to be 5. They ended up at the 6th spot. Big picture here now, Kevin. Do you watch that last night and say, that was a bad night for them? Or how do you kind of break down, ending up in the 6th spot and what that means for them moving forward?
Yeah, I would qualify it as disappointing because technically it's 2 spots. Their best percentages going into the lottery were to finish 5th based on all of the odds that are out there. But really, when you finish, you take any other sport, if you finish with the 4th best odds at the first overall pick, or the 4th worst record or point total, or whatever you want to look at, you feel like you should be picking 4th overall. So they technically dropped 2 spots. So it's disappointing because you feel like you had a chance to move up, and you finish in the top 5 of the odds. You feel like you have a chance at that, and now you don't. If there was a year for this to happen, for a change, this isn't them having a chance at the first overall pick with the 4th best odds and losing out on a Connor Bedard type player at number 1. There's not really a consensus number 1. There's a lot of shuffling that's going to go on over the course of the top 6. So there's no real rhyme or reason to where this draft could go. So they should still end up with a good player. And really, to me, the only thing that changes here is that it becomes more challenging in what happens after you make the pick. Everybody who picks in the top 10 gets a player that has a skill set that is likable, that has qualities that every team really needs. It's what happens after the fact when you have to develop those players and turn them into what their full potential can be. And that doesn't just happen in the first 10 picks or first round. It happens everywhere across the course of the draft. So their biggest area of struggle, in my opinion, has not necessarily been selecting players. It's been molding them into their highest ceiling so that you have guys that feel like high-end talent, because there's teams out there that have high-end talent that didn't pick in the top 10, that don't pick high in the first round, that still end up with really good players that you're watching right now and saying, they look fine as a playoff team. They look like a legitimate contender, and that guy fills a significant role, and he wasn't picked anywhere close to the top. So that's where the challenge comes in. So it's disappointing you kind of don't get the slam dunk of it, where you pick somebody at the top that everybody's probably raving about. So you have to put in a lot more work now to find that guy who maybe not immediately, but 5-10 years down the road is among those top players in the draft.
Yeah, so, I mean, what do we know about this draft class? Because even the casual hockey fans the last couple of drafts have said, okay, there's a guy at the top of the draft. That's who everybody was playing for. Is this draft like those drafts where there's a player that, everybody was kind of hoping to land? Is this a draft that, hey, we're at number 6, we didn't get in the top 5, but still pretty good? What do we think about this particular draft class?
Yeah, it's certainly not to the level of the consensus number 1 pick or anything like that. There's not some player out there that would probably be qualified as generational. That said, there's good talent across the top, in particular at a position of need for the Flyers, which is center. There are a lot of good centers in the top 10 of this draft. So now you just kind of probably have to focus in on finding that one guy that you think qualifies as what you need the most, that can be that player who, presumably here, when you're looking at center, at least when you're talking about the center ice position for the Flyers at this point, you're looking at the guy who can play next to Matvei Michkov if you're going to pick as high as they are in the draft. That's what you should be focused on and hopefully trying to find. And, assuming you're not going to go out and just try to get that later on with free agency or something like that. So that's what their target is right now. Ironically, the top, right now at least, it seems the consensus player for the top overall pick is not a center, it's a defenseman. Matthew Schaefer has been kind of the name of focus as the number 1 pick. And if it's a defenseman, I don't think the Flyers are disappointed to see, they could use defensive help also, but they're not disappointed to see a bunch of centers maybe fall down the draft a little bit. There's been some talk about how, start of the season, a lot of people would have said James Higgins is the guy who was going to go number 1. He has now slipped, and, who knows? There's a chance he could be there when the Flyers pick, and they could end up with a guy that everybody thought was at minimum top 3 material, and they could get him at 6, similar to the way they got Michkov in the first place. So there's always different possibilities with this. There's names to watch. You probably can think the ship has sailed on the idea of getting a Schaefer or a Michael Misa as another top prospect in this draft who's a young center who's got good scoring ability. Those are the names that are probably going to be off the board, Schaefer and Misa, but the rest, it's really up in the air from there about what teams decide to value, how each individual team stacks up their own draft board, because, I could sit there and tell you that I think that Higgins is worthy of a top 5 pick, and somebody else may say he's more top 10 material. I would pick him closer to 10. And depending on how those boards shake out for the individual teams, you never know who's going to be sitting there at 6 that could end up being the value play or, get you that piece that you really need. And not only that, but maybe you end up finding that player that a bunch of teams soured on late drops, or the other way around. Maybe you end up picking a guy that you think is a late riser and take a shot on a guy who most teams don't think was going to be there, or it's going to be a more of a future play. And it's a guy who, like I said, maybe 5 years from now turns out to be one of the better players from this draft.
Kevin Durso covers the Flyers. We'll get out with this. Last night the lottery, disappointing for one. Can they catch a break? Well, I heard a lot of that last night. They did get the number 2 pick a couple of years ago when they had no business getting the number 2 pick. That turned out to be Nolan Patrick. Didn't work out for them. So hopefully some things bounce their way with, you mentioned Michkov. I mean, that's something that happens in hockey. Assignability. Can't get this guy. So players fall to you. But that being said, Kevin, this offseason for you, what is the highest priority on your list that you want to see if this gets done?
To me, I'm still building towards the future at this point. I don't know that this is the offseason, where I think I have a finished product. That to me is next offseason, where I start to think more and more I have a finished product. I think, maybe the biggest, to me, the biggest priority isn't necessarily who you draft in this particular draft, because there's going to be some development involved here. I think the most important decision you have to make this offseason is the coaching decision to kind of set the tone for where you plan to go over these next several years as you transition from rebuild to contention. That's what the intention of the organization is, and that really is going to set the tone. So I think that's the biggest priority to me, is who's coaching this team. and then to look at what they decide to do.
And one name's off the board too, right? The college guy re-signed.
David Carl did, which, to be honest with you, for weeks now, I've kind of felt that wasn't a realistic possibility. Pretty much from day one when the Flyers were working on the coaching search, he was out of the running anyway, or what the report was he wasn't a serious candidate. Then he withdrew his name from consideration for the Chicago Blackhawks job. To me, if you're withdrawing yourself from consideration for any team in the NHL, you don't have interest at that time. I don't blame him, by the way. You're a college coach with security. You have a great resume. He's still young. He's 35 years old and building this resume. The turnover for coaches in the NHL is ridiculous. There's guys are getting fired basically after 2-3 seasons all the time. So if you've got a good thing going in college, I don't blame him for sticking it out there. Absolutely. So to me, the coaching decision is the first big step because it'll determine it kind of helps determine your identity going forward a little bit. And then you can start to focus in on what kind of players you want to put in that situation. And it helps kind of dictate the rest of this build as you move forward, because now you're going to establish everything. You've got the front office established with Keith Jones, Danny Briere. This is going to be their selection for the head coach. These drafts are going to be their players that they're trying to bring in to finish off the rebuild. That's where all of this comes into play. So if you're going to make this rebuild a success, you're going to have to kind of keep piecing it together from the front office to the coaching decision to the players you draft to the players you acquire, and that will determine whether or not it's successful or not.
All right. I guess we'll see what ends up happening moving forward here if they make some sort of fun move here. Rick Tockett's name keeps coming up. Where do you kind of see the direction of the coach now, with what's out there?
Yeah, Tockett's definitely going to be high on the list now that he's officially on the market. There are some questions about whether or not he wants to go back into a coaching position or go back to TV. So we kind of wait to see where his intentions are there. I also wouldn't rule out, everybody kind of points to Rick Tockett's former team. It's the Flyers. It's got to be. I wouldn't rule out Pittsburgh as a job for Tocchet either, because he did play there as well, and he was an assistant coach on those Stanley Cup teams over the last decade. So that's certainly a possibility. Reportedly, the Flyers interviewed Pat Ferschweiler from Western Michigan, who's another college coach. That's certainly an interesting name, and I think the type of guy I would be interested in hiring in this position, just because I think that you can bridge the gap perfectly. He can be here to mold, but he can also be here when you want to start to contend. Otherwise, I start to lean toward the internal options for now until I hear anything more substantial about anybody from the external portion of this. So I lean towards Bradshaw is still around and was not dismissed when the other assistant coaches were. So that to me indicates they're perfectly fine with him still being part of this thing and maybe even being the head coach going forward. I also wouldn't rule out Ian LaPerriere, who's coaching the minor league team that's having some good success right now in the Calder Cup playoffs. So keep his name in mind as well. But that's really where things stand for now until we have more concrete names in the interview process at this point.
All right, keep an eye on that with Kevin Durso. Kevin_Durso on the X platform. He's got a lot of Flyers content up on our website, including a name change of Wells Fargo Center. I'll have the details on that coming up here on the Sports Bash. All right, Durso, good to talk to you, buddy.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Flyers, of course, last night didn't go the way they wanted. Hopefully that means if the Flyers didn't go the way they wanted, maybe it'll work out for the Sixers. Man, they really could use that. The Sixers Draft Lottery is on Monday. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the X platform, YouTube. Coming up on the other side, could this be a stretch of games for the Phillies to start breaking away from the pack? I got the details coming up next, plus football at 4, Knicks, Nuggets, and more. We're halfway through almost a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. All right, 352 Sports Bash Live. If the Phils are going to make a move, it could be this month. Coming up in the month of May, the opponents they play have a combined 446 winning percentage. 125 and 155. The Rays, Guardians, Cardinals, Pirates, a 4-game series with the Rockies, the A's, the Braves, and the Brewers. Good chance for the Phils maybe to get some separation from the pack and put themselves closer to the Metropolitans. Take a look at the NL East standings right now. And the Mets, the Phillies, everything awful. They're terrible. They got to do this. 3 games back from the Mets right now. And the Mets have probably played some of the best. They're plus 57 run differential, the Mets. And they can only have a 3-game lead. By the way, the Braves have kind of crept back into this thing. Maybe we were talking about them early in the season, how bad they were, I should say. They've kind of crept back in. They've passed the Marlins and the Nationals now. That's why you can't take a lot of April baseball. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Watching NBA last night. Looking forward to the NBA playoffs. Tomorrow night, Denver and Oklahoma City, Game 2 on 97.3 ESPN. Denver hits a buzzer beater last night. My gosh, they steal Game 1. So many times we make so much out of a Game 1 win. The Sixers went on the road and beat Boston at Boston a couple of years ago, and everybody, oh, my God. Now it's funny. The Knicks won a game on the road, and it's like, see, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I give the Knicks I'm rooting for the Knicks. I want the Knicks to win the series, okay? I want the Knicks to win the series. A historical moment had to happen last night for the Knicks to win that game. Historical. Boston missed 45 threes last night. It's the most in any playoff history ever. In any playoff game in NBA history last night. And it's the third most missed threes in any NBA game, regular season, postseason, in the history of the league. The Knicks, conversely, shot 46% from three-point range. So again, I want the Knicks to win this series. I don't want to see Boston win at all. I just don't feel great if I'm a Knicks fan saying, my gosh, they missed 45 threes and we hit 46% and still had to go to overtime to win that game. More Sports Bash coming up.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast is back as we take a look at some of the divisions now after the draft, post-draft division futures for everybody out there. How did the draft change the betting odds for the futures? We'll get into that and more right now with Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, who joins us here on a Tuesday edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. Welcome back, Adam. What's going on, my man?
Yeah, good to talk to you, Mike. So, yeah, we did these before the draft. Now we'll do them after the draft. And then it's funny, the schedule comes out on the 14th. Now, we know who every team knows who they're going to play, but they don't know the order of the games. So we'll probably do these again closer to the end of the club's off-season programs. The Eagles are typically done first or second, usually done around mid-June, so we'll probably take a look at them again then. But, yeah, it's interesting because the Eagles are still, when you look at the divisional races around the National Football League, it's like the Bills are the biggest favorite, but the Eagles are right up there.
Real quick, before we get to these, I do want to get a couple quick thoughts. Britton Covey, they non-tendered him. He's obviously gone. He signed with the Rams. That leaves a opening for the punt returner. Last year was Cooper DeJean. They signed Avery Williams. It looks like that will be, and Williams probably has the inside track on that now that Britton obviously is with the Rams.
Yeah, so when you look at that situation with Britton Covey, he had the neck issue. We put this out, a month before they made the decision that it was unlikely, based on what Covey's RFA tender number would have been, that they would tender him. They wouldn't tender him. He'd become an unrestricted free agent, free to sign anywhere. But see, the thing is, and Jeff and I have talked about this for a while over the years with players, you got to be able to contribute to do more than one thing. You mentioned we'll transfer over to Avery Williams. Well, Avery Williams could return punts and kicks, and he also could be a slot receiver. He could be a running back. He's sort of in the running back room for now. But Nick Sirianni, the Eagles head coach, really hinted at him, Mike, at the owners' meetings. He's got a big role in mind. So Avery Williams, who actually got more guaranteed money than A.J. Dillon did in his contract, he could have an interesting role here going forward.
Wow, that's I didn't know about the guaranteed money stuff. So, yeah, just to put a bow on Britton Covey, nice dude, by the way, met him at the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. Always had some interesting things to say. Sometimes got himself into some trouble a couple times.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember you and I were at one of the Super Bowl.
Arizona.
Yeah, meter. Yeah, and then I remember that he said, was it on your show?
Yes.
He said something. I said, Mike, could you tell me what he said? Because it created a social media firestorm, and he was so outspoken. I know some people said, well, he's a punt returner. He shouldn't really be saying anything. Now, he also, Covey, by the way, could play slot, but with the Rams, by the way, the slot receiver plays a pivotal role. It does not in Philly, so the Eagles cannot justify bringing him back.
All right, so Covey's out. Williams would be the favorite there. DeJean, They don't want him returning punts again, correct?
No. Look, when they get to their off-season program here, Anias Smith, by the way, could absolutely return punts. He did in college. Anias is a slot receiver. This is what hurts him. He's going to need to do more here. But remember, Mike, he missed so much time in their offseason coming back from the broken foot, so he's got a lot of room to make up here.
All right, let's get into the post-draft divisional futures and how the draft maybe changed some of the things here. We'll start in the NFC East. Giants, Cowboys, Commanders, and Eagles. No team has won this division 2 consecutive years since 2004. The Eagles won it 2001, 2, 3, and 4. So they dominated the division in the early aughts, but are they ready to do it 25 years later and finally end this crazy streak?
Jeff and I have talked about this one for 5 or 6 years. I remember the first time someone told me this, and I'm like, this can't be true. I looked it up, and I was like, wow, how the futility. Now some years later, it's still true. we're going on 21 years here. So the Eagles are minus 175 from the books, and what that means is if you bet 175, you get your bet back and you get 100 back. So you got to give up a lot of juice here. The Commandos are plus 225. Now, on this divisional note, Mike, that would be the smart money. Remember, the Eagles lost 5 defensive starters. They're young though on defense, but that's a concern. The Cowboys are plus 800, and the Giants, Mike, longest odds of any team in the National Football League to win their division. They are plus 3,500.
Yeah, it's interesting. Plus 3,500 that they're the longest shot out of everybody. But I think that says that they got 2 teams in the division that are really, really good. The Cowboys are plus 800. Do you have any interest in sprinkling a little there?
No, I would not. I don't gamble, but I do. I do live. I get asked about these a lot on Sports Grid, so I talk about them. I'm going to give you kind of what I think. And I always say, if you like a favorite and the odds are very reasonable, and we'll do the over-unders, Mike, by the way, in a couple weeks. I always say get on them early, because what happens is the hype teams, if you're on a sleeper team, right? If you're on the Commanders this year, that's a good number, plus 225. If enough gamblers know, or people who put money on these things know, Mike, about this divisional note that no team has won it in 21 years, or repeated in 21 years in the NFC East, wouldn't you put down? You're getting major plus money at plus 225. You bet 100, you get your bet back plus 225. So yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, in the North, you got 4 teams that I think are all interesting. They all can say we can win the division. I don't think there's a team that maybe if you want to throw the Bears, but new coach, they feel like they're a part of this. The Packers, the Lions, and the Vikings all made the playoffs last year. So the NFC North, very interesting to handicap.
Yeah, the Lions, I think part of it, Mike, why they're actually in plus money, they're plus 120. They have 2 new coordinators. We saw what happened last year with the Eagles with the pretty significant changeover. It didn't work. You know what happened?
I don't know if you saw what Brandon Graham said yesterday on why he thinks the team is going to be okay, even though they lost so many guys. He said because they didn't lose any coaches. He said the year before we lost all these coaches. That was a big deal. This year, all the coaching staff is back on the defensive side of the ball.
They did. Well, on defense it is, but on offense,
yes. He was talking about the defense, that they lost so many guys on defense, and he said, well, we have all the same coaches back.
That's true. But getting back to the Lions here, they're plus 120, 2 new coordinators. That does worry me. Ben Johnson's now staying in the division. He's the Bears head coach. The regular season, I always call the Packers the regular season champions, and then they choke in the playoffs. They're plus 280 to win their division. The Bears are plus 425. The Vikings are only plus 475. It's J.J. McCarthy's never played in an NFL regular season game, and they're only plus 475. That does surprise me, Mike.
All right, that division's going to be fun this year. I think that one's definitely one to keep an eye on. One that has been kind of the division where the Bucs, the Falcons, the Panthers, and the Saints. You got 2 of the worst teams in football in the South, but you might be surprised, listeners, at who is predicted to bring up the rear in the South.
Well, the Bucs are plus 110. To me, this one you jump on early. They've got now. The one issue is they have a new offense coordinator, Josh Grizzard, who's never called plays. They keep changing these coordinators, and these. Dave Canales was their OC for 1 year. He gets a head coaching job. He's coaching the Panthers in the same division. And then Liam Cohen, he gets to be a head coach after being the OC for 1 year in Tampa. It's kind of crazy how things go. So they're plus 110. The Falcons are only plus 2. They're only plus 220, Mike. This is the first year of their new quarterback. So, as you know, Kirk Cousins is no longer going to be the starter. Michael Penix, the lefty, by the way, he's got a great arm. Not fleet of foot, but he could spin it. He's got a great arm. They're plus 220. Panthers are plus 550, and the Saints, the mediocre Saints, I call them stuck in neutral. It's like they don't know what they want to be. They're plus 800.
Mickey Loomis, longtime GM down there. Of course, Kellen Moore is the new head coach. They are the long shot in the South at plus 800. Down in the West where, man, what's up is down, what's down is up. The Niners did not make the playoffs last year, but are they the favorite to win the West?
I don't agree with this one. Let me go through this one because this division is so wide. This is the most wide-open division in the National Football League. The Niners are plus 140, and they're the favorite to win the division. The Rams, I don't know why. Now, I know they have interest in bringing Jalen Ramsey back. They're really bad at corner, but other than that, they're pretty good. The Rams are plus 165, and the Cardinals and Seahawks are both plus 600. The Seahawks are every year we got to come up with a sleeper team. They're my sleeper team. Sam Darnold now a quarterback. They have a relatively young roster. They're very athletic at a lot of positions on defense. Need a little bit more juice at receiver. They got to get some, but they're a team that could run the football. They've invested their offensive line. I like the Seahawks at plus 600 to upset the West. That's
okay.
Look, again, you got to find a long shot.
Value there. Well, we know, and I'm sure we'll do a segment on this somewhere down the road. There's always a team that goes from last to first.
Yeah,
Which one of these teams is it? Yeah. I don't think it's the Giants. That could be the Bears, maybe. Panthers, they were worse in the South last year. And then in the West, all those teams kind of bunched there. Let's go to the AFC side. And, wow, you talk about heavy favorites.
Yeah.
This might be the heaviest favorite in the entire league, and I think it is. Buffalo at minus 300, and the Jets are a major long shot here.
Mike, I would have the Bills. If you and I were making a line, my line would be the Bills minus 500. They are minus 300. Dolphins are plus 550. Patriots are plus 550. It's plus 750. By the way, before the draft, the Patriots were actually favored to finish in second in the AFC East, depending on which book you looked at. Patriots are plus 750. Jets are plus 1,500. So Dolphins plus 550, Patriots plus 750, Jets plus 1,500. The Bills are the biggest lock of all the divisions. They shouldn't be challenged. The Dolphins are stuck in Mediocreville. And, yeah, it's such an easy division for the Bills to win.
Just think about, though, if you're a Jets fan. Last year, there were Super Bowl aspirations with for the last 2 years. The last 2 years with Aaron Rodgers, and now they're plus 1,500. They are worse odds than the Patriots are right now.
That's embarrassing. That's a good point, Mike. That's bad.
All right, North, very competitive division. A couple of years ago, you had 3 teams in the playoffs. Last year, you got 2, but a lot of people like the Bengals. Cleveland can't seem to get out of its own way, although just 2 years ago they were in the playoffs. And now, wow, plus 3,000 for Cleveland, but the rest of the division seems pretty tight.
Yeah, I like the Ravens at minus 135. Now, the Bengals are plus 200. Those are kind of narrower than I expected. They've changed defensive coordinators. Al Gold, you might remember, the former Temple head coach. He's been a head coach before in college football. He's been an assistant with the Lions. Now he's going to run the defense for the Bengals. Their problem is offensive line and pass rush. The Steelers, without Aaron Rodgers as of now, are plus 600. I wonder what will happen if Rodgers does finally sign there. Will they be in minus territory? Probably not, but I would put them probably at plus 200 or plus 150 if Rodgers does sign there. And you mentioned the Browns with Joe Flacco, but Joe Flacco is the clear favorite to win that job, but he hasn't won it yet. That job with 5 quarterbacks on their roster, the Browns are plus 3,000.
All right, that division there, the North should be fun. The South, which is kind of, maybe the least publicized division in all of sports, the AFC South. You got pretty wide open here. I mean, I think last year Jacksonville and Houston were kind of the favorites. Jacksonville, completely disappointing season. Could give them a little bit of value here if you like them to bounce back.
I call it, Mike, it's funny. Growing up, remember the NHL North division?
Yes.
For hockey, I call the AFC South the Norris division, if you're old enough to remember. It's just very mediocre. The Texans are plus 100. That's my second favorite one in terms of ones that should definitely win it. The Texans are plus 100. The Colts are plus 320. Jaguars plus 333. What an odd number that is. And the Titans, now they've improved their roster. They're plus 800. The Texans, they've got the best roster. Now, the only problem that I have with the Texans, they traded their left tackle, Laramie Tunsil. They cannot get their offensive line right. That does concern me. That's an issue for me. That's the one big issue they have right now, the Texans do, to win that division, but they're still the clear favorite.
All right, got one more to take a look at here, the AFC West, which is home to the AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs, and obviously they have dominated this division for quite some time. But are the teams gaining on them?
Yeah, the Chiefs are only minus 150. Look, Travis Kelce, he's near the end. Mahomes, the last 2 seasons, not enough explosive plays. They didn't run the ball particularly well last season. The Chargers came out of nowhere. They stunned me, Mike. I definitely missed on them. I missed on them on the Broncos like the odds makers did. But the Chargers are plus 310 to win the division. If you're looking for long odds, that's a pretty good one. Someone to finally dethrone the Chiefs. It could happen. It wouldn't shock me if it happened. The Broncos are plus 425. They came out of nowhere last season. And then the Raiders are plus 2,000 in the remake with Chip Kelly as the play caller and Pete Carroll as the head coach.
Yeah, the West, who will be the team that finally usurps the Kansas City Chiefs, who have owned that division? Won't be the Raiders, it looks like, at plus 2,000 odds. All right, there's a look at the odds post-draft, and, of course, that could change here as we get into the offseason with more things happening. Where does Aaron Rodgers go? Other moves and tinkers and tweaks to be made. But right now, your Eagles, Lions, Bucks, Niners, Bills, Ravens, Texans, and the Chiefs are the favorites. And, we always ask, which was one of these divisions where the team that finished worst last year can go to first the next year? We'll keep our eye on who is the team that can do that as well here on Football at 4. And Adam Kaplan, of course, from the Inside the Birds podcast, joined us here on today's edition of Football at 4. All right, Adam, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Here's Adam Kaplan, everybody from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, you can check that out on all podcasting platforms and on their YouTube channel. Just search Inside the Birds. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. And we got so much more to go, including today's edition of Knicks Nuggets. They are on the way. That is coming up right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. It's time for Nick's Nuggets, brought to you by The Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. Phil's down in Tampa tonight, taking on the Rays down at Steinbrenner Field. Been to a game at Steinbrenner Field, actually. It would be really cool, I think, to watch these MLB games, regular season games, in these single A. These are low A minor league baseball parks. But some of them, the Phillies are in the league where the Clearwater Threshers play. And, of course, tonight the Phils will take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Nick Earnshaw is back for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. Nuggets, what's up, man?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? And that's where I wanted to start the Nuggets today. Playing at George Steinbrenner Field, a low A park, rookie ball type of park, right? I mean, it doesn't get more, I guess, inclusive than that, right? Like, you're right there. You can hear everything. I love those minor league ballparks, right? They're smaller. You're like right there in the action. And that's where I want to start. The Phillies, they'll be playing the Rays today at Steinbrenner Field. Very fascinating, Mike, because of the whole situation with the hurricane, Tropicana Field not working. So it's going to look a little different on TV. Now, what was funny, Mike, is that the Tampa Bay Rays, I think they recently just played the Yankees early on in the season. That's got to be weird that you're playing in your division rivals ballpark. So you got to change everything over from Yankees to Rays. That's got to be an oddity for them.
Yeah, I mean, they had and they didn't have a lot of time to flip it over. I watched the whole video on them. They had maybe 2 or 3 days to flip the whole ballpark over from the end of spring training to get it ready to have all the Rays, and they wanted to try to make it feel as much as like their home park as they could. So they changed everything. I mean, they changed the locker rooms, all the signage, everything in that ballpark makes reference to the Rays now. The Phillies, where the Phillies play spring training games in Clearwater, that was one of the parks that they did think about using for the Rays. So was the Blue Jays, which is in Dunedin, but they ended up going with the Yankees one here. If I'm the Rays, I'm probably choosing the Phillies so that I don't have the Yankees fans feeling at home when they come to my ballpark. Now, I know you're playing the Phillies, and if they had to play this series, that would have felt different, but they're not in the same division. You're not playing them multiple times. This has only happened in this time, but I've been to Steinbrenner Field one time. It's like a mini version of Yankee Stadium. It's a very sterile-feeling spring training ballpark.
Yeah, and that's what's funny about it. It's like that's your division rival. You got to change everything. I mean, there's many logos all over the ballpark. I mean, we've been to ballparks before. We know how it is tailored to the home team, and now you got to play in your division rivals ballpark. Could you imagine the Phillies playing in like the Mets ballpark or something like that? That would be craziness. I'm shocked they didn't choose the Phillies ballpark. Like it would have made sense.
Well, I don't know if they had a choice or this was something that was just kind of like, hey, this is the best option. I don't know what the criteria was. I know they thought about a bunch of different spots. Orlando was one of the places they thought about playing, but they thought it was too far away, something to that effect. Tampa's a good spot for them. I mean, they are the Tampa Bay Rays. This is in Tampa. Their actual stadium is in St. Petersburg, which is one of the reasons why people think they have problems drawing, is because St. Petersburg is a very transient area. Not a lot of people are from there, so they don't get great attendance. I don't know how the attendance has been here. I haven't really been paying too much attention, but I would imagine in Tampa, that ballpark only carries, I think it holds like 12,000, 11,000, somewhere in that range. So you would think they're having pretty good turnouts almost every single game for them.
Yeah, I mean, you could put the Miami Marlins and the Tampa Bay Rays attendance together, and you still wouldn't fill the Marlins ballpark. I mean, that's really, I mean, you can't fill it down there. I mean, for some reason they can't fill ballparks down in Florida, but the Savannah Bananas, they're filling out football stadiums at this point.
80-some thousand to see the Savannah Bananas. I had some jackass on social media one time telling me nobody cares. Yeah, see a baseball team fill up an 80,000-seat stadium and tell me nobody cares about that. Now, is it something that people are going to be calling in and texting about on the radio? No, but to tell me they don't have a following, that people care about them, 80,000 people went to watch the Savannah Bananas play down in Clemson. And by the way, they're selling out football stadiums, baseball stadiums, all across the country, something that Major League Baseball teams can't do.
Yeah, but the DJ, the Savannah Bananas DJ, is from the area. Well, he might be on the shift soon, by the way. It's just a little nugget for you. Yeah, a little nugget for you. So I put that out there. real soon. We might have a conversation. He's a listener, so he listens to the shift all the time, which is pretty funny. But yeah, I think it's fascinating that they're not the only AAA stadium, or excuse me, minor league stadium that a major league team is playing in. The A's are playing in a AAA stadium right now too. So 2 teams in minor league stadiums. Who would have thought? I don't love that. I understand the Rays was a different circumstance. The Athletics, that one could have been avoided, Mike.
Well, by the way, both of those 2 teams are last and 29th in attendance. The Athletics are 30th. The Tampa Bay's 29th. They both average. Tampa Bay's right about 10,000 a game. The Athletics are 9,800 a game. But in those ballparks, it probably looks pretty good. Listen, the Athletics one is a complete disaster because of the whole thing. They could have been staying in Oakland and finishing out playing there before they moved. They couldn't get the deal done there. The Rays, we know, had the hurricane situation, so that's a little bit more understandable. But I actually think it's a pretty smart decision by some of these teams. Why operate these mausoleums that you can't fill? You're the Miami Marlins. You're getting 12,000 a night. Your stadium seats, 40, 50,000, and you got it half full. Why not scale them down and make them more intimate settings that make it more of a cool environment for these teams? I think what some of these teams are building these ballparks way too big, and they can't draw.
Yeah, I think baseball, scale it down a little bit with some of the smaller markets especially. You don't need to have these massive football-sized stadiums. You know what I mean? So I think that should be something talked about when these small market teams get new stadiums. Scale it down a little bit. I like the intimate atmosphere, and you're going to get that on television tonight. And if you're going down to the ballpark, I feel like there's going to be a lot of Phillies fans at those games tonight. We'll find out. All right, let's move along, Mike. Nugget number 2. I read an article this morning. Mike Gill put out a fantastic piece in The Athletic regarding the leadoff spot with the Philadelphia Phillies. Very, very interesting. And there was one little nugget that I took from that article. Quote, most teams do not have a set lineup or a leadoff hitter. Only 12 teams that entered this past Monday having used the same player in the top spot 30 times this season. So this is not anything new across baseball. This is something that is going on over and over and over again with all different teams throughout the major leagues. The Phillies aren't unique to this with their leadoff spot, right? We've been talking about who's going to be the leadoff hitter, Schwarber, Turner, Stott, who do we like the best, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be matchup based. All of these teams are doing it. Every single one of them are changing the lineup all the time. So I don't know how, I understand we get frustrated because it keeps changing back and forth. We want to see Stott get more against righties. He's been really good there. And by the way, the Phillies are so unique because they have Schwarber, Turner, and Stott in the leadoff spot, right? Stott's the guy who can see more pitches. He'll be more patient. Turner, the speedster at the top, athletic. Schwarber can hit a home run to start the game. So you have an advantage there. It's just the rest of the lineup needs to produce if you want to continue to rotate that top spot.
That's interesting about the leadoff thing. I wasn't aware that many teams changed their leadoff hitter, but, I was having a discussion with a buddy of ours, and I told him, he said, the Phillies never lock in the same lineup. I said, neither does anybody else. People act like it's 1998, and they write the same lineup out every single day, the same 9 guys, or same 8 guys the pitcher used to hit back then, and then they just put them in there. It's not like that anymore. Everything is analytics based. I got this guy texts in all the time. And I said, listen, you can hate Rob Thompson all you want. They don't make the lineups. The managers don't sit there and say, hey, I'm going to write the lineup out today the way that I feel it should be. No, it's all analytic based. It's all matchup based. It's all based on what the general manager and this guy's, all their input, and it's all encompassing. The days off, they're all planned out ahead of time. So why didn't Kepler play on Sunday? Well, that was probably planned 2 weeks in advance that he wasn't going to play in the game on Sunday. It's frustrating. As somebody who loves baseball, I manage baseball. I hate that. If somebody told me how I had to write my lineup, I wouldn't probably manage. I wouldn't do it anymore. I like the game. I like putting that stuff together. But, it's not a surprise to hear that. The surprise is the leadoff thing, because normally you're like, okay, the leadoff guy is probably pretty entrenched. But you saying that, it doesn't surprise me because everything is so analytic. So one day, hey, if your leadoff guy is a right-handed batter, he hits leadoff. And then if you have a left-handed leadoff guy and there's a left-handed pitcher, the Arizona Diamondbacks did that against the Phillies, and you kind of were like, wow, they're changing their leadoff guy. It was Marte one day, Carroll the next day, but it worked for them, and other teams have done it. So it's surprising to hear that many teams do it, but the whole thing where people complain that, well, you're not hitting the guys, the lineup's never the same. I think these players today are kind of getting used to that. Maybe the Harpers of the world, the Schwarbers of the world, they're a little bit from the generation before. Like if you're in your mid to early 30s, you're kind of like that previous, now everything's changing so much where these guys are probably used to bouncing all over the lineup. I don't know. It's a pretty interesting study to see what these players think. Do they like being locked into one spot? Do they not mind jumping all over the place? That's something that I think somebody should start asking these players after games.
Yeah, man. Maybe that's a question I got to put in my back pocket next time I go down to the ballpark. All right. I'm going to see if I can get there a little early. I'll talk to some of the players. I want to find that out too. Like, how much do you like the lineup flip-flopping every day? Like it's high school or like it's travel ball. I feel like the younger players kind of used to it for the most part, the way they came up, right? It's just always changing and turning, right?
I don't know, man. I mean, when you're growing up, generally, I don't know, normally
from my experience.
There's a kid or two that they really stand out, and they're hitting, number 3 in the lineup. Maybe one of them is number 2. I don't know, a lot of teams, especially like the travel teams or whatever, they're only taking 9 or 10 or 11 kids, not 9, like 11 kids.
Right.
Because they don't want to have to play a lot of kids. People are paying good money, and it's like you don't want to have a bench of kids that are paying money that aren't playing. So they only keep like 11 kids on the team, and 2 of those kids generally only pitch. So It's like the lineup is the lineup. This is the guys who are it is a kind of an interesting dynamic of the players coming up now and whether or not they are kind of, hey, I'm a leadoff guy. That's what I do. Or no, I hit leadoff some days. I hit 3 other days. I don't. It is kind of a crossing over of generations right now.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch. And, it's interesting because, you don't want to be predictable as well. Like you want to be unpredictable, especially with your lineup. But those guys, some of them feel more comfortable if they're in that same rotation every single day, same lineup every single day, so they can get more, have a comfortability there in a sense. So that was fascinating.
I'll tell you what, though, I always find it is odd, like that I'm comfortable hitting in this spot in the lineup. You only hit in that spot in the lineup your first time up. After that, you're just batting. I don't understand this whole mindset of, hey, I'm the 3-hole hitter. I have to hit number 3. Well, you hit number 3 the first time up. Then after that, it just randomly wherever you pop up in the lineup based on what everybody else does around you. You're not the 3-hole hitter the whole game.
Well, that was the thing with Schwarber a couple years ago. Remember they tried when the first year Turner was here. They tried Turner in the leadoff spot, and then Schwarber was like, "I'm not comfortable not hitting in the leadoff spot," so they put him back there. So, I mean, it's a mental thing with some of these guys that they have to have the same routine over and over. We know pitchers are a creature of habit, but most ball players are in a sense anyway, too. So, yeah, it's fascinating overall, the macro of the entire situation with the rotation of the lineup. But I want to get back to another piece of the article that, talking about Rob Thompson and trying to get Edmundo Sosa more playing time. And this directly impacts Bryson Stott. Another quote from the article that I really took was that the Phillies have repeatedly said Stott is better than a platoon player, but they have treated him as such for most of his time in the majors. Yeah, it always feels like they're trying to market Bryson Stott as, oh, no, he's not really a platoon player, but he is. The way they've put the lineup out, the way they've constructed the roster, they have been platooning Bryson Stott for the most part. He's not been an everyday player.
I agree.
I don't understand where they're at with Stott and how they view him if they're not going to play him every day. He's a great glove. Second base is great. But if the bat's not going to come around against righties, you're not going to give him those opportunities against lefties, then I don't know how you view him.
Well, right now he's 208 against left-handed pitching. That's not good. So he has not displayed, and I know, well, how do you get better if you don't do it? Well, what's the sample size? He's played 17 games against lefties. He's got 26 plate appearances against lefties. He's hitting 208. His on-base percentage is 269. The slugging's 250. He's been bad against lefties, quite frankly. Now, that's for this season. Is it bad that he's a platoon player? Does he have to be an everyday player? Does this team need him to be an everyday player for them to be the best version of themselves? I mean, you got a guy in Sosa who's done pretty well against lefties. He's hitting, 350 or whatever it is. is he a capable enough complement? In Stott's defense, in his career, he's 255 against lefties, which is average. I mean, and he's 258 against righties. So he's about the same against both. So this is an odd, like this year he has not done well against lefties. No. Last year he did not do well against lefties. But I don't know. I don't know what to make of this because Sosa has done a good job. It's not like when Sosa plays, you're getting a guy hitting 110. The guy's giving him a spark. He has shown that he can, give you be a benefit when he's in the lineup. He's not one of these guys that when he plays like Michael Martinez was when he would get his.
That's a pull by you. Wow, going back to Michael Martinez. Look at you with the nugget right there, Mike Gill. But no, I think the thing with Stott is. He was a prospect that people had a lot of high hopes for.
Well, you're a first-round pick, and people get excited by that. But baseball first-round picks, let's remember,
I understand.
They don't really work out all the time. I mean,
I get that. I just think people thought he'd be more, and I think the Phillies thought he'd probably be more than what he has been. He's been a decent player in the regular season for the most part, and they've kind of platooned him. I just don't know why they keep marketing him as, we trust him. We think he's going to be an everyday player. Well, he's getting into his later 20s now. It's like, all right, are you going to give him a shot to be an everyday player, or are you going to continue to platoon him with Sosa?
He's 24, by the way. He is. No, he's 27. He made his debut when he was 20. So he is 27. Right. I think what happened with him is he had that year when they went to the World Series, and he had a good year. And then the bounce back year from that was he's going to be the next Chase Utley. He's this guy who, people just for whatever reason saw that he was going to be this guy who was a 280 hitter. And, there was people that, he can win a batting title, and he's that kind of hitter, and he takes a lot of pitches. So he had people that were kind of, migrating to him. And then last year, for whatever reason, I know people said he was hurt. He had this elbow problem. And look, I think he's had a pretty good year this year. When you take a look at it, he's hitting 276. His on base is 340, which is good. It's not great, but he's better now than he was a year ago. But 2 years ago, when he hit 280, that team that made was in the playoffs, went to the NLCS, he was the 5-hole hitter on that team. So he had a pretty big role on that team. So I think as a young player, at that stage, he looked like he was an ascending player, and then last year he took a step back.
Yeah, and we'll see how much of a step forward he takes. He's had a good year, but he has not faced a lefty since April 8th. Since April 8th, has not faced a lefty, or at least started against the lefty. So very interesting stuff. All right, before I get out of here, final nugget, a 4-pack for you today. Mike Gill, did you see any of the Met Gala fits last night? Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley in attendance at the Met Gala. Did you see that? I know you were probably locked into that, Mike Gill.
No, I didn't see one thing. Where was this?
So the Met Gala, I think it's in New York. It's where it's like the fancy, they get dressed up, etc. Jalen Hurts was there with his wife. Saquon Barkley was there. Now, Saquon Barkley had a fit a couple years ago at the Met Gala. He wore shorts. He wore a suit, but the suit was shorts. He had shorts on. That was something else. He did not go that way this year.
Listen, the short suit look is no good.
No
Real
good?
bad. No.
Is that how he was showing off the legs? You know what I mean? He's he could lift as much as anybody in the world, it feels like.
Hey,
I don't know.
I have been on record. I mean, you got the suit going right. Well, you don't have the jacket on. You got the pink tie. You got the shirt. You're obviously getting ready to make a speech or something there.
Absolutely.
I've been a longer proponent that the suit is a dated look. We've got to come up with something different of, hey, I'm getting dressed up. Like this suit's been, it's dated. It's dated.
Suit's dated. I love getting dressed up. It's fantastic. I love the suit look. It's great. It's awesome. What do you mean suit's dated? Wait, what happened to that bet with Josh wearing the suit? Did that ever come to fruition?
What did he lose?
I don't know. There was a bet, I forget, a couple months ago. You guys made it on the air or something.
I don't remember. Josh, did you have to wear a suit? Did you lose a bet?
I forget what it was.
Did we make a bet on the air that did you lose the bet? Do you have to wear a suit?
He had to wear a suit to work or something. It was regarding the coaches on the sideline in the NBA not wearing a suit anymore.
Well, I put up the poll. This is a while ago. But then when I try to get guys like you and Mike to like engage on the subject, you guys were kind of bored with it. So
I don't remember this at all.
It just popped in my brain because you were hating on suits.
I do remember saying, I have said before that I think the suit look, is a day. Like for somebody who gets up every day and puts a suit on. Now, if you're doing it like for one time, like you're saying, hey, I like getting dressed up. But people who put the suit on every day, I said an everyday suit wear. Like we've evolved in the world where the suit is now maybe for a special occasion, not an everyday look.
You got to dress to impress there, Mike Gill. I like this. I'm in on the suit. I want to bring it back to the sideline. I'll leave it there. I bring it back to the sideline. I think every coach should wear it. I
was a proponent for the suit to go away, but now that I've seen some of the guys in some of the attire that they wear, I think I'm more for bringing it back, or maybe at least for the head coach and the assistants can stay in the zipper ups.
I like that. I'm cool with that. Head coach, you're the leader. I get that. I'm cool with that. I'm on board.
Yeah, I think that might be the way they need to go. The head coach goes suit. Everybody else can go back to because I do like the 3/4 zip look, obviously, but I think it's just gotten a little too especially at the college ranks. Some of these guys are real bad. But all right, there's today's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub. If you're looking for something that's not a suit, you go to The Hub. It's gear that works as hard as you do. See, no suits at The Hub. They know what they're doing. You don't need a suit. You put a suit on every day. Come on. You're a dated look. That's a dated look. You go to suit for a one-time special occasion is when you bring out the suit, like Nuggets today.
Dress to impress. That's all I'm going to say. I'm leaving it there. Dress to impress.
All right, that's today's Nuggets. All right, Nick, thanks, man.
See you.
All right, there's today's Knicks Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Hey, guys, let me tell you, Men's Health, we've been talking about it for a while. My friends over at Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township, and a lot of people have been asking, hey, do they do this? Do they 5 o'clock drive home, Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. People still drive home at 5 o'clock. Do you get out of work at 5 o'clock? Do people even go to work anymore? People work from home. But if you're driving in your car at the 5 o'clock drive, welcome to the final hour of the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, hit the like button. You can watch on many different platforms via YouTube. Like and subscribe right now to the Sports Bash, our final hour of the show. We got so much in this final hour we're going to dive into. I did see this. We were talking to Frank Close earlier today about, and we'll do Rye or Cy here in a minute. We were talking. Somebody asked a question about Otto Kemp. I just saw this tweet about Otto Kemp. You want to hear something about Otto Kemp? Are you intrigued by Otto Kemp?
Not particularly. I think he's got a very interesting throwback mustache. It's probably the most interesting thing I can tell you about him.
So the guy's been awesome. I don't want to.
Oh, he's having a great
year. He was not very good last year. He's not a big-time prospect.
Listen, he's among the AAA leaders in multiple categories, like RBI and home runs.
Unbelievable year. But today, somebody tweeted this out. This is the duality of Otto Kemp. While his results so far have been impressive, he ranks near the bottom in AAA in chase percentage and whiff percentage against breaking balls. He is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts today against a pitcher who has 242 major league innings. So essentially, here's a real major league pitcher, a veteran guy who's down in AAA right now, and he's pitching against Kemp, swing and miss, big time, and he basically did not look good against a pitcher who is major league caliber.
Right. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Kemp was actually an undrafted free agent signing that ended up with the Phillies because he had a very turbulent high school and college career because of COVID and injuries.
Yeah.
So he was a guy that kind of just found his way into the Philly system.
Right. Well, and that's a tweet from @PhillyFacts with a P, P-H-A-C-T-S. He says, the fact that Kemp has so much chase and swing and miss, especially against breaking stuffs, makes it really hard to believe that translates to the Major League Baseball level right now. This is the big thing. I talked about it before. You have number one prospects who go down to the AAA and hit 350. And then they get to the big league level, and it does not translate. We see guys all over the place like this. Jared Kelnick, the guy from the Mariners, man, that guy was like a 380 AAA. He would rip up AAA. Then he got to the Mariners, and he just could not hit at this level. You're seeing it right now. The kid Kurtz with Oakland was hitting 340 when they just called him up. He's struggling along. It is a different level of pitching that these guys face.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the Mariners because that's kind of where I was going to go, which is, remember, J.P. Crawford was ripping up in the minor leagues, and he came up to the Phillies.
Don
and
Brown
was okay.
Yeah, a lot of guys are the number one prospect based on what they do in the minors.
And by the way, that's why they traded the Phillies Crawford to Seattle and why Seattle traded Kelnick to the Braves, because you had 2 major top prospects who got to the major leagues and they were okay.
Just okay. All right, here we go. Final hour of the show. We got a lot on the docket today. I like the topic list that we're throwing out at you on this Tuesday edition of Rye or Cy. Ryan Rothstein's back. We'll have a little fun, interject with a bunch of different things as Phillies had off night last night, but we still have plenty to dive into. You are muted.
Sorry, you and Josh were discussing things there, so I muted myself. That's my bad. I'm 0 for 1 to start. All right, so let's start off with the leadoff topic here because the Athletic sort of had an update on a whole bunch of Phillies topics, at least from their perspective, as they talked with Rob Thompson, Phillies manager, yesterday, I believe it was, when they spoke. And one of the topics was the leadoff position. And what is Rob Thompson thinking? There was a lot of debate and a lot of discussion and a lot of variations of said leadoff position so far this year. But Topper said Stott's the guy. It's his position to lose right now. He's earned that right, I believe is sort of the quote. He said he's earned it, Topper did. And I sigh at that. Listen, and I'm not knocking Stott. I'm a fan of Stott. I think he's actually done pretty well in that position. But as I mentioned to you a few different times, Mike Gill, I sigh at that because I still love this team with Schwarber at the top of the lineup. So it's a big sigh for me.
Okay, I just saw, we were talking about Otto Kemp, the Twitter handle that put this thing out, also had this pretty thing that was pretty interesting to take a look at. I'll put it up on the screen for those of you watching on the YouTube channel. So this Twitter handle.
What the heck are we looking at?
I will tell you in a second. I know it's kind of hard to see, but it says he's been working on some lineup optimization stuff to see what the numbers say. It generated the top 24 lineups based on runs per game using whatever algorithm and analytics that he plugged into the system. So what he says is the best lineup for the Phillies is Harper, Schwarber, Realmuto, Turner, Bohm, Kepler, Marsh, Castellanos, and Stott. Now, the Stott stuff, in every single lineup but 4 of them, they have Stott's best spot in the lineup being 9th. And in every lineup but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Harper as the leadoff man is the best lineup, this guy says, under the algorithm that he plugged in for the Phillies, not Schwarber. Now, Schwarber in the 2 hole, according to this, is where it is. Now, you're saying you want Schwarber in the leadoff hole. I'm not against Schwarber in the leadoff hole either. As we've talked about many times here, Schwarber in the leadoff hole is probably best for this team. The problem with that is they have no one to hit behind Harper. So you can't have him in both spots. So it is, where are you getting more bang for your buck? Is Schwarber hitting leadoff and having nobody drive him in, or Schwarber hitting behind Harper and having hopefully Harper? Harper's batting average, home runs, RBI, everything across the board are almost identical to where he was at this point last year. So will he take off a little bit? I think he will. Will he take off more with Schwarber behind him? That's what we need to find out.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough. Correct me if I'm wrong here with this, but we're not really going to be able to learn much about Schwarber's protection behind Harper until the playoffs. And at that point, I fear it's going to be too late.
Well, the question I would have for you is, as somebody who really wants to see Schwarber back in the leadoff hole, would you rather Schwarber hit behind Harper or Castellanos hit behind Harper?
Well, now listen, if you're just isolating those 2 options, of course I'd rather have Schwarber. But it's never that simple.
Would you rather Schwarber in the leadoff hole, or I'll let you pick the guy that you want to put in the 4 hole?
I'd rather have Schwarber, and I understand I'm losing protection in the 4 hole. I get this game, but yes, I'd still rather have Schwarber in the leadoff. That's how important I think.
Okay, so my response to that would be, while I would like Schwarber hitting leadoff, I think they have better options at leadoff than they do in the number 4 spot. So with that, I would take my options in the leadoff spot rather than the options I have to hit number 4, which include Castellanos, Realmuto, Bohm, and anybody else. I do not want to see those guys hitting 4. I don't mind seeing Stott or Turner hit leadoff.
But do we think the lineup's better? Do we think the lineup's more dangerous? Do we think the lineup's more successful? It may sound crazy because I agree with you that they have better options at 4 than they do, or they have more options at 1 than they do at 4. That's why Schwarber's in 4. I get it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily make it more dangerous and better and more successful. Is that fair?
I don't think so. I mean, the middle of the lineup is where you're driving your runs in. And if I have a weak middle of the lineup, I can put all the guys I want on base ahead of them. So if Schwarber's constantly on base, but nobody's there to drive him home. Now, the flip side of this is if Turner's on base, which I've been tough on Turner. He does get on base. Stott has been getting on base. So Harper and Schwarber are getting opportunities to drive runs home. So far, they have not done a great job at that. The Phillies are 3rd in baseball in on-base percentage. They're one of the worst teams in baseball at hitting with runners in scoring positions so far this year. So they are getting on base. Mm-hmm. You have to hope that your guys that you're paying big money start to drive them home.
And they're also top 10 in Major League Baseball in stolen bases. They're number 8 last time I checked. We talked about this last week.
Yeah.
So top 10 in stolen bases, top 5 in on-base percentage, yet it hasn't translated. But those numbers can indicate at least some signs of optimism. I get it.
Listen, I like Schwarber as the leadoff man as well. I know what their record is way better when he bats leadoff. But my big point is I think they have better options to replace him as the leadoff man than they do to hit behind Harper. Castellanos just can't get the job done. I mean, come on. We've seen this act many times. He cannot get the job done when he hits in the number 4 hole. Bohm is just having a terrible year right now. You can't hit him 4. Real Muto is just not a number 4 hole hitter. They just do not have a guy to hit there. Now, if they make a trade and get a right-handed bat that can hit in that spot, that might change some things, and you can maybe try to move Schwarber back to that spot. But for right now, I think the best option is what they have, which is. And by the way, did anybody see this stat? Kind of was. I'm not shocked by it, but I think some people. I get a lot of people that say the Phillies change their lineup all the time. They're always doing so many things. Blah blah blah. The Phillies lineup. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
The Phillies standard lineup versus a righty tonight. They have used 19 times this season. Every other team in baseball has used at least 25, and the league average is 30. The Phillies face a right-handed pitcher in 8 out of the next 9 games. So I wonder if we're going to see this standard lineup now for the next, 10 days or so here.
Interesting. Yeah, we probably will. I mean, they really haven't had a ton of variations in the past 3.5 weeks. It was crazy in the first part of the season, but since second week of April, it might even be April 10th, since they moved Schwarber out of leadoff, it's been pretty steady.
Once they move Stott to leadoff, he's been pretty much the leadoff against right-handed pitching,
right.
And Turner has been against lefties, and they've gone with this Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos has kind of been the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And everybody else is platoon players, lefties, righties, yada, yada. But that top 5 has pretty much kind of come into form here. But we'll see. I mean, look, moving forward, there's a lot of questions here. Center field, do you think that listen, I don't have a big problem with Rojas. I know he's not the answer. My point is, if it's between Rojas and Marsh, I'll take Rojas over Marsh. But do they say, look, both these guys aren't good enough. We've got to do something. How much more can Crawford do before they start to say, hey, that's the answer in center field? It adds another left-handed bat to the lineup. I think that's one strike against Crawford here. So I think that's going to be the next interesting thing, is to see if they try to shake up the lineup with somebody in their own system, or do they go outside the organization.
Yeah, and how do you prioritize that with the bullpen stuff as well? Right, if you're looking to add a bat, looking to add an outfielder, are you doing that? How do you prioritize that versus the bullpen help that you so desperately need, right?
Well, we opened up the show today. Jim Bowden from The Athletic, former Reds GM, said, hey, here's a trade that I would do right now. Ryan Helsley for Mick Abel. Who would say no to that deal? You get an all-star closer who's not having a great year. He's having a good year, not great, for Mick Abel, a former top prospect who is now having a good season for the first time in a couple of years here. So you're giving up a starting young pitcher for a 30-year-old closer who is, been okay this year. His whip is not good, 150. His ERA in the mid-3s is not great. His strikeouts per inning,
You're not
great.
This. You're not selling this.
Well, if I would have said this deal last year, you would have jumped at it. Everybody would have. But now you're getting a deteriorating closer for maybe an ascending prospect. And that's where you're like, But I think the Phillies have to look at it and say, where is Mick Abel in our organizational depth chart right now? When will he ever crack our starting rotation? We need bullpen help so bad. Are we willing to give up a player that might burn us down the line? I don't know what their mindset is on that.
And if that's one of a few moves, fine, right? But they need to bring in a guy, ideally, and this is not just an easy thing to do, but they need to bring in a guy that's really going. They need a really good arm in the bullpen, not a guy that's struggling, not a guy that's 32 and is having an off year. They need a guy that's okay, this guy's a stud in whatever role that is. I'm not saying he has to be a closer or whatever, a top guy, but just a stud in his role.
Well, and listen, but you know what? Quite frankly, that guy doesn't exist. I mean, the closer in today's game, he's just not out there. There's not a lot of teams that have that go-to closer. You know how many teams have already changed?
Yeah, I didn't say a closer, just a stud in his role in the bullpen.
Gotcha.
So whether it's 7th inning guy, 8th inning guy, mid relief, whatever it is, we don't even have that. like one guy that's really good in his role, really. Alvarado.
Strom's been pretty good.
Yeah. Strom's
But
been pretty good.
they're both left-handed. That makes it a little bit tough. But you're right. Other than that, no, they don't have the lockdown, guy that they trust in every, like, even when they went to the World Series a couple of years ago, they had Sir Anthony Dominguez, and they trusted him that year. There was Dominguez and Alvarado, and you had Eflin. Really, those three guys were pitching almost every single night for the team. They don't have guys. There's not a right-handed pitcher on this team right now that they really trust.
Eflin, I mean, talk about the difference he made that year. Unbelievable. And that's the type of thing that they need this year, just something out of nowhere. But real quick before we move on, Schwarber has how many leadoff home runs just for the Phillies alone? I'm curious if we don't have to do this right now, but if we went back and looked at all the games that Kyle Schwarber, over just the past 2 postseasons alone for the Phillies, hit a leadoff home run and how that impacted the dynamic of that postseason game. And if we take him out of that leadoff in that game and we take away that leadoff home run, do we think that we win that game? Just for a fun exercise of
what was say the question again?
Kyle Schwarber and the amount of leadoff home runs that he's had over the past 2 postseasons. If we went back and looked at those games and we said, okay, let's take away that leadoff home run, how does that impact that game? Like, does that go from a win to a loss for the Phillies?
Yeah, I mean, I know their record when he hits a leadoff home run it's pretty good. I mean, I think that, but it's tough to say. I mean, yes, I know. Listen, I get what you're losing there, but like they've had him hit leadoff in the last couple of years, and they failed in the biggest moments because a lot of times they just can't, hit with runners in scoring position, or they can't get anything going. And look, Kyle Schwarber hitting in the middle of the lineup. It's not a guarantee. He got off to a slow start. Now he's picked it up a little bit here recently as the 4-hole hitter. But when he first got moved there, his first week or two behind Bryce Harper, he was struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it's tough. And listen, right now I think you bank on the growth of Stott in that role, and like you've harped on so much, is you hope to get a little bit more from Turner, and you hope that Turner benefits from Stott in the leadoff and Turner second, right?
Yeah. And Turner, listen, the whole thing, did you hear the whole thing? Rob Thompson's like, hey, I had a talk with him. I don't want you to hit for power. I want you on base at a 380 clip. Now, so far, Trey Turner at on base percentage is 371, which is pretty good. Not quite 380, but still 371 is pretty good. Turner's doing his job. He's getting on base. Bryson Stott's 346, which has been better as the leadoff man. So those two guys are getting on base. Harper has not done his job very well. Harper struggled a little bit, and now that they moved Schwarber to that spot, he didn't get off to a good start, but his on-base percentage is 397. So he would be great at the top of the order. The problem is if he's on base, who do we trust behind him to knock him home? Turner, Harper, Castellanos, Real Muto, Bohm. That's where, again, you're a bat short.
Yeah. We talk a lot about Cassie before. I know we've got on this topic, in depth here, but Bohm as well. Bohm's a guy that we need obviously a lot more out of. I know he's going to be in the latter part of that lineup most likely now, but still, he's the guy that you need more out of.
Who? Bohm? Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Bohm and Casty.
Yeah, Bohm and Casty. And look, we were laughing about Casty the other day. Casty's had a good solid year. He's hitting whatever. You know what Castellanos' WAR is? 0. He is worth 0 over the replacement player. 0. I mean, literally, his WAR is 0. To put it in perspective, Johan Rojas is 0.3. So they're saying that Rojas is a more valuable player than Castellanos is. In fact, Castellanos right now, of every Philly regular, the only guy who's worse is Alec Bohm. If I were to say to you, hey, how important do you think Castellanos is? Oh, he's having a good year. He's at 276. His WAR is 0. 0. He has no influence on them winning or losing games. So that's how little of an impact Castellanos has made.
0. You are awarded no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
A 0.
Oh, man.
It's almost impossible. It's almost impossible for a guy. It's almost impossible if I say, hey, the guy's hitting 276. Like, that's a decent batting average, but it shows you in today's game, 276, he has no impact, though. He's got 3 homers and 17 RBI, and literally, like, they're saying you have no impact. The win's above replacement. In other words, they could stick any Jamoke out in right field, and they would still be 19 and whatever they are, 14.
I'm curious what his numbers are with runners in scoring position, but, I don't know. Still, it says a lot to be a 0 with WAR.
Terrible. I'll tell you what his runners in scoring position are here in just a second. However, that's where, again, I go back to what we were just talking about. They've got to find someone. If they want to move Schwarber back to the top of the lineup, and right now there's no need to. I mean, Stott's done a nice job. Turner's on base. I mean, they're getting guys on base. There's not I don't feel like there's oh my God, they're really struggling without him at the top of the lineup. That's all.
Yeah, no, fair enough. All right, so I'm going to tease one thing. I think we saved this to lead off next segment with I have a sigh that I have to give to one of your tweets. We can do that in the next segment just to give us time. But while we still have a few minutes, did you see the article, deep dive with Randall Cunningham and what he had to say about Philly and Philly fans?
I saw that he said something. I didn't read the article.
Yeah, so I glanced over the article because it was very long and in detail. But The Athletic did a whole big monster piece on Randall Cunningham. And basically, to give you the important cliff note, was he ended up hating the quarterback position, and he ended up hating life in Philly as the quarterback because of how brutal it was to be that starting position in Philadelphia for the Philadelphia Eagles. He said the fans and the media in this city drove him to hate himself and hate the game and hate playing quarterback. And he said it's literally the toughest position in all of sports, playing quarterback in Philadelphia for the Eagles. And I just thought it was interesting because it puts in perspective what Jalen Hurts has done and even Nick Foles.
Listen, he's not wrong about how fanatical people are here. I'm surprised to hear that because I feel like Randall was very popular. I mean, I was a kid at the time, so it's hard to kind of gauge what the public scrutiny and perception was back then.
I know, it's before my time, but just to go off what you said, he is always listed when you hear who's your favorite Eagle. He's always one of the answers given. Randall Cunningham. I never recall any backlash.
Me neither. In fact, I mean, there was a time when I was a kid, all right, so I'm probably 12, 11, somewhere in that range. Jaworski was the quarterback. And they would bring Randall in on third downs. You're taking Ron Jaworski, who took you to a Super Bowl, you're taking him out of the game and putting Randall in. And then Randall would just run around and make plays. And the fans were like, dude, we don't need to see Jaworski anymore. We want this guy. Yeah. And, he was so popular. So that's why it's, crazy. And then he got hurt. The Bryce Pulp hit in the Green Bay game. And then he got hurt. He was never quite the same player here after that. He had that unbelievable season in Minnesota. But, yeah, I'm surprised to hear that. Although, back then, you're talking 30 years ago, times were a lot different.
Absolutely. Would you think it's sigh-worthy, or do you agree that it's, arguably the toughest position in all of sports, being a quarterback in Philly? Nothing tougher. Or is that sigh?
Not sigh. I mean, I don't know if it's number one, but it's probably in the top 10. I mean,
I can't, just off the top, I can't really name anything more challenging, right? It's
yes, the backup quarterback in Philly is always the most popular guy. You're in a unique situation. You're in a town that never won a Super Bowl, and then the only Super Bowl it had at first was won by the backup quarterback, so that didn't help things for you know what I mean?
Yeah, in my lifetime, I'm approaching mid-30s. There's never been a quarterback that has been under scrutiny. Like Donovan McNabb, never good enough. And then the in-between years, never good enough. Carson Wentz, that whole kibosh, and then Nick Foles, and then even Jalen recently. There's never been a quarterback in the past 20 years, despite them being good enough, to actually be good enough from the fan perspective.
Crazy, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's but that being said, I think Hurts is pretty – oh, geez, I would say I think he's pretty popular.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But there's still those talks. You know, is he MVP level? Does he need to be better? How good is he? And it's like those doesn't even matter. But
Yeah. All right, we'll take a quick timeout. By the way, here's a stat for you here. All right, this is from Matt Gill from The Athletic. We were talking about the lineups and switching lineups. He says most teams do not have a set lineup or leadoff hitter. Do you know this? Only 12 teams have entered Monday using the same player in the leadoff spot 30 times this year.
wow,
How about that? I mean,
12.
we think somebody just texted in, how many teams changed their leadoff hitter? And I said, you know what? I have that answer for you. Only 12 teams have used the same player as the leadoff hitter 30 times this year. Like, you know, growing up, the leadoff guy was the leadoff guy. He never moved. Like Lenny Dykstra hit leadoff every single day. Ricky Henderson hit leadoff every single day. And fans have the same mindset of that's the leadoff guy. Well, only 12 teams have entered yesterday, using the same player in the leadoff spot 30 times this year. So right now, the league average, you ready for this? For leadoff hitters, on base percentage is 325. Bryson Stott is at 346.
Wow.
There you go. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We got part 2 coming up on the other side. Don't go away. Ryan Rothstein says he's sighing at one of my tweets. I don't even know which one he could be talking about. That's next. At 5:33, Sports Bash moving along. Phil's back tonight. Wheeler on the mound against Rasmussen. Phillies have had very few at-bats against Rasmussen. I saw the lineup the last time the Phillies faced Rasmussen. Odubel Herrera was hitting leadoff. So talk about changing your leadoff hitter around. It happens, believe it or not. In 2025, teams do not use the same leadoff hitter. Only 12 teams have used the same leadoff hitter in every game. Jarren Duran, Ian Happ, Bo Bichette, Steve Kwan, Francisco Lindor, Xavier Edwards, Lars Nootbaar, TJ Friedel, Jonathan India, Shohei Ohtani, Fernando Tatis, Lawrence Butler have hit leadoff in basically all of their team's games for them. And Jose Altuve, 13 guys. Altuve hasn't played in all of the team's games so far this year. But for the most part, most of the teams. One of the guys we talked about last week was Cedric Mullins. He's a lefty. He generally bats leadoff against right-handed pitching, but he does not hit leadoff against left-handed pitching. He has only batted leadoff 15 times this year for Baltimore. Bryson Stott, he has hit 17 times in the leadoff spot this year. O'Neal Cruz, he has led off 17 times this year. O'Neal Cruz, one of these young guys, very exciting player. He hits first some nights. C.J. Abrams, he's another one. He bats leadoff some nights, but he doesn't hit leadoff every night. Corbin Carroll, he hits leadoff for them sometimes, but not all the time. So there's a lot of this happening. Alex Verdugo hits leadoff for them not every night. Ben Rice bats leadoff for the Yankees, but not every night. This is happening a lot more than I think people pay attention to, should say, in baseball.
Before we get to the side of the day, I have a question for you based off of that. What do you think the main reason that the lineups are changed that much? What do you attribute it to? Do you think it's like the talent in today's game? Do you think it's information?
Yeah.
Do you think it's the pitching has changed? Like what would you
I think
say?
you said information, that would be like analytics. I mean, I think the front offices, they get together, they look at the analytics, and they say, listen, these lefties, they struggle against left-handed pitching, so we're going to change our lineup based on the fact that a left-hander's pitching. I mean, it's pretty obvious that these teams are doing that. Cedric Mullins is having a great year, and you're like, hey, how come he's not hitting leadoff every day? Well, he faces a lefty, they move him down in the lineup. O'Neal Cruz is one of the top young left-handed, I said left-handed. Well, he is left-handed. He's one of the top young players in this league, but they don't hit him leadoff against left-handed pitching.
Yeah. It's an interesting conversation. All right, let's get to
Real quick, by the way, O'Neal Cruz. The difference for O'Neal Cruz, ready? Mm-hmm. He's 304 with 7 homers, right-handed pitching. Against left-handed pitching, he hits 139 with 14 strikeouts in 44 plate appearances. His on-base percentage is .296. So the Pirates are hitting him leadoff against righties. They're not hitting him leadoff against lefties.
All right, I got to get to this, man. I got to get to a tweet that I stumbled upon, or I guess we call it an X post, whatever it is nowadays, whatever the kids are doing. So NHL Draft Lottery was last night.
Yeah.
And the Philadelphia Flyers end up with the 6th pick in the draft, despite finishing 4th from the bottom in the league standings when it was all said and done. And I saw Mike Gill at Mike Gill Show post this as it relates to the Flyers ending up with an outside of a top 5 lottery pick last night. Mike says, MG says, I actually like that the teams that lose on purpose don't get rewarded. And I'm a fan of the process, in parentheses. Stop diminishing winning and rewarding the losing. For example, first team out of the playoffs, they can get the best lottery odds, or a tournament with non-playoff teams for the number 1 pick, which is all conversations we've had. And I sigh at that, man, because I feel like you can't have your cake and eat it too. Right? We're both fans of the process.
Yeah.
But you can't say you actually like how that played out for the Philadelphia Flyers, because Now you're insinuating you hate the idea. Hate's a strong word. I'm being dramatic, but you hate the idea of how the system has always been, which is you're picking up the worst teams in the league by giving them an opportunity to get the high draft picks the following draft. So I sided that.
I've said this for years, though. I hate what the Sixers did. I mean, I supported the process. I was a fan of the process, but I hate that they reward you for losing. So, yes, I understand you're well within your rights to do it, but I've never been a fan of that being the way that teams go to have to get there, because the league is saying, you want to lose on purpose? Go for it. They've done nothing to do that. So the Flyers at the end of the year, they're trying to lose games. They're not trying to win games. It was benefiting them to lose games. Too many times we watch games and you're like, it doesn't benefit you to win this game. So people are complaining because the Flyers were bad. They were losing games almost purposely at the end of the year, and you're like, well, they lost these games. They should be rewarded for that. And all I'm saying is, no, they really shouldn't. We shouldn't be rewarding teams for losing games. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you, but I'll ask this. I'll push back with this. Isn't it more beneficial for the league and the product that teams are trying to lose those games in the latter parts of the year, because they're already garbage teams anyway? Like, if the Flyers were trying at the end of the season, and let's say they win 4 more games, 5 more games, whatever it is, they're still below average. Like, they're still a bad team. The fact that they're trying to turn this around, and if they have to tank 20 games, quote, tank 20 games in order to get back to the top, that's better for the league, isn't it, in the long run?
No. I mean, not necessarily. I mean, because look at yes and no. Okay, like Philadelphia, the Sixers. Most people would look at what the Sixers did and say they failed. It was a failure. But they've been a highly relevant team for the last, 8 years?
Yeah. But so what if the what if the Sixers never did the process and they could have just been a 500 middling team for the past decade?
Yeah, but somebody else would be like right now. The Sixers didn't make the playoffs this year. That doesn't make the playoffs any less interesting, does it?
What, that the Sixers didn't make it?
Yeah, like the Sixers are like the Knicks were not in the playoffs for a lot of the years that the Sixers were in the playoffs. Well, now the Sixers are out and the Knicks are in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, I mean, last year you had Sixers-Knicks. I think that was something that was a big
draw.
It was a draw, but I mean, no, I don't think the product is getting hurt because one team is in and one team is not. I mean, yeah, if you lost Boston, New York, LA, Golden State, the ratings might take a little bit of a hit, but I mean, ultimately, to me, I think teams should be trying to win games. I get why they don't, because of the way the system is set up. All I've ever said is I think they should create a system. We're in 2025 now. We can come up with a way to try to counteract teams losing purposely. You shouldn't have teams losing purposely. How many times did we have conversations and the Sixers are playing the Wizards and we're saying neither team wants to win this game. So that game is on the schedule, right? Yeah. And too many games like that keep occurring.
It's bad. But my pushback, and it sounds like sort of crazy, but it's like those are 2 bad teams anyway. It's like even if they're trying, MG, it's a crap product, right? So like they might as well be trying to do something about it. And like my other point here is
at least they enter the game. At least they enter the game thinking I want to try to win this game, as opposed to I don't even want to try to win this game. There's no benefit for us to win this game tonight.
Yeah, but yes, you're right, and it is frustrating, and teams shouldn't be able to have that mindset. But if the product's crap either way, we might as well be trying to do something to get the product out of the mud. And the other thing is we just have to be careful with, trying to rectify tanking too much that it ends up causing a whole nother issue. That was my other thought with seeing that. It's like, if we're trying to eliminate tanking, we may cause a new issue.
I don't know what that issue would be. I'm not doubting maybe there would be another issue that arises. And I'm not saying it's a perfect plan. One of my plans originally, I said, listen, reward the teams for winning. If you're the first team out of the playoffs, you get the best lottery odds. So the teams this year that finished right out of the play-in, number 11 on both sides, you guys get the highest playoff number 1 pick odds. Then people's answer was, well, then you might not want to be in the play-in. You might try to lose a game. That might be one game. You might try to tank one game to not be in the play-in versus have the best chance at the number 1 overall pick. You're not tanking an entire month or two.
Sure. But the whole new issue that I'm thinking of is the teams that are legitimately bad and are trying. Right? So let's say we eliminate tanking, but there's just really bad. There's like 8 really bad teams. They're trying every night, but they stink, and we're not getting any type of reward on the other side because now we're giving all the rewards to the fringe teams. Right? So it's like, how do we fix this problem?
Because now, to me, what that does is the teams in the middle that are just there, they're now adding talent, so they're making a big jump from the middle of the pack to now challenge the teams at the top of the pack. Instead, you're putting the best talent on the worst teams, and those teams aren't what happened to the Wizards, which is why the Sixers, I said, look, you could be bad 1 year, get John Wall. John Wall's good enough to get you to the middle, and now you're stuck in the middle. You need to be bad multiple years. That's why the Sixers had to do 2 and 3 years of losing, because you got to get more than just one good player.
Right. Yeah, but I think it's, as we talk that out, it's almost more about bad front office and bad ownership than it is the system. Right? Because if you mishandle your the salary cap, if you draft the wrong guy, right now you're essentially screwed. But if we're rewarding those fringe teams, I just don't know what the answer is for the bad teams.
And I'm
listen,
not saying, but that is where then becoming a really good team and having to make good decisions. If, hey, we're bad, we can't just lose to try to get out of being bad. We've got to figure out ways to get better. And that's where teams like, you get smart GMs that have to make good decisions and have to be, make good trades and conscious. Instead, these teams just say, we'll just lose on purpose. That'll get me out of it.
Yeah, I know it's interesting, but it's almost like, because the tanking has been publicized, it's become a bigger issue.
I agree. The Sixers branded it, and that was the difference.
Right, but it's like, if we just hit it, and the reality in sports, always, if you put 10 teams in a pot, 20, 32, 16, whatever it is, there's going to be 20% that are horrible. Right, so it's like, okay, we have to tell them to try, but if they're trying and they stink, then how do we reward it? It's just like, there's always something that's going to be an issue, I guess. It's an interesting conversation.
It's obviously going to be an issue of, you're going to have bad teams, but how do these bad teams get out of being bad? Well, now the problem is you have 20 teams trying to be bad. They're all trying to be bad. And that turns into a horrible product, as opposed to, hey, there's 3, 4, 5 teams that are really bad. How do they get out of being really bad? Well, they got to make smart, shrewd decisions. I'd rather have 5 really bad teams than 20 really bad teams.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. It's also unfortunate. I think it's unfortunate, despite the Flyers trying to lose those games down the stretch this year. It's like, listen, my bias aside, the Flyers were deserving of a better draft pick than 6. And I know it's the lottery, emphasis on lottery. It's how the cookie crumbles. It's how the ping pong balls fall sometimes. But, you look at that system and you say, man, the Flyers certainly were deserving of at least a top 5 pick.
Well, I don't like the way they do it where, Durso explained it earlier. I don't really remember the whole thing, but you can't move up 10 spots, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know it either that well, but I don't know.
Yeah, I listen. I've said for years, my fantasy football league, the top 4 teams, they win, they get something. The 5th place team, they get the first choice of where they want to pick the next year. So teams have to keep setting their lineups so that they move up the standings, instead of what was happening was teams were out of it. They stopped setting their lineups, and that's not fair to the league, because this guy's trying to get, a playoff, whatever, and this guy stopped setting his lineup. So we made a rule where, if you lose, that hurts you. If you set your lineup and win, you move up.
About your fantasy league. Have you had any issues with the bottom 4 teams being stuck in the bottom?
What do you mean? Stuck in the bottom. You stage your
top
team every year, though.
Yeah, but you're rewarding, the top 4 teams are all getting prizes, right?
Yep.
And then the first team out is getting the number 1 overall pick, you said, right?
They get the first choice of where they want to pick next year.
Right. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Because because it's that, it could be a little bit more of variety.
Yeah, but you're not
wild
keeping
card.
the same roster. You have a new roster every year, so it's not like you're stuck with. It's not a dynasty league where you're stuck with the same players. You have a whole new roster. It's just, hey, I finished in 5th. My reward is because my team finished first out of the prize money.
Yeah, you get first.
I get to choose where I want to pick first next year. The guy who finishes in 12th, he doesn't get to pick where he wants. Now, that might sound trivial or whatever, but I think if teams were said, hey, listen, if you finish in 11th instead of 10th, the 10th team is going to the play-in game. If you're 11th, you have the best lottery odds.
Mm-hmm.
I think teams, I guarantee you Quentin Grimes wouldn't be sitting on a Tuesday night in March.
No, and I tell you what, Quentin Grimes may have never even been signed if that was the case. They signed him. He ended up being too good.
Exactly. All right, that's today's Ryer side. We'll do it again tomorrow. Thanks, man.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right, more Sports Bash coming up. We'll do the Bet365 play of the day next. All right, getting ready to get out of here on this Tuesday night. Got the Bet365 play of the day. I know we lost the Knicks game and we lost the Thunder game last night. I had both of those the opposite way. 0-2 on those two.
Yeah, you were 0-2 last night, Mike. Overall, though, you were still doing darn good. 159, 108, and 1.
159, 108, and 1. I like the over tonight in the Pacer-Cavs game, by the way. I like the over in that game tonight. That will be my Bet365 play of the day. I like the Pacers-Cavaliers over. Tonight is my Bet365 play of the day. Phil's back tonight. Got Wheeler on the mound. Phil's going with their quote-unquote normal lineup tonight with Stott back in the leadoff spot tonight.
So with the Phillies back on tonight, did you finish any shows last night?
I got 2 episodes left in You.
Okay. Not me.
No, you used that joke yesterday. It didn't work either.
That's okay.
The show's called You. Most people out there will know what I'm talking about. You is the show.
You think this show is that popular that every one of our listeners is going to know what You
I don't say
is?
every one of our listeners. I think there is a good 5 seasons in, the 5th season. That would tell me that it's pretty popular.
Well, Cobra Kai is 7 seasons in, and you have no idea what that is.
Doesn't mean it's not popular. I can admit when it's popular, just don't watch it. Quite frankly, I don't even know if it is popular or not, but it's back for 5 seasons, and I know multiple people who watch it, that I know anyway. I would imagine there's some people out there listening, maybe not all, but that's what I have. 2 episodes left of You. So I'll watch the Phils tonight, and then probably get the last 2 episodes in of You. Probably a little hoops as well. Last night I watched a little Celtics-Knicks. Tried to stay up for a little Nuggets. Nuggets and Oklahoma City. I didn't make it all the way to the end of that one, though. Back again tomorrow, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.